And you can't even drive? I can. Are you stupid, eh? Are you a stupid fool? Well, why can't you drive then? You can't even drive! A bit grey today, isn't it?
I'm here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Deepest Law. It is Andy Warhol, part 8, and I'm here with Mr. D. How are you doing today, Mr. D?
Hello, I'm reasonably well.
Now, did you know, Mr. D, that I did some statistical work and figured out that 14% of all Deepest Laws are now Andy Warhol?
Yeah, well, you know, that is just how the cookie crumbles. I mean, it's meant to be the deepest law, so I imagined that, you know, this would be a great, you know, the show for kind of these types of in-depth autistic explorations of subjects. And you know, I mean, like, you know, you had quite a number of propaganda streams. I mean, I like that. I mean, I would assume that, you know, the people who would, you know, appreciate your channel would also like that kind of thing.
Yes, well, I'm ready. You may forgive me, I'm a little bit bunged up. So I apologize for that. But I do have a coffee, Nescafe Gold, of course. I actually think Andy Warhol would not have disapproved of having a rank, mass-produced instant coffee. It's very Warholian, isn't it?
No, he probably would have thoroughly approved of that. I don't know what sort of coffee he drank, but you know, I mean, he did literally eat Campbell's soup. So
I also have a cigar to celebrate.
Amazing
Warhol series. It's a what is it? It's one of those little Drew Estate acid house things, which is probably going to clash terribly with my cigar, but with my coffee. But hold on, because I'm down in the garage today because we're going to go to a finish, as Gorilla Monsoon used to say. You know, in Madison Square Garden, they could never go to a finish because there was a curfew in New York. Do you know that?
A curfew.
Yeah, they had a curfew for years, and I think people had to be out by 10 p.m. because the subway stopped at 11 dead or something. For that was in the 70s and the 80s for years. Yeah. So. Oh,
I didn't know that. Yeah, I knew that lots of. I mean, obviously, you know, the tube and London and such stops at a certain hour, but I thought the subway in New York was always round the clock.
Well, you know, things were pretty bad in New York at that period.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't want to be wandering around under the subway in the 1970s and at the middle of the night. No.
Yes. Some people are saying that we're clashing with Walker, but you know, I figure that the audience for Walker playing Football Manager Andy Warhol is a very, very slim crossover. So
yeah, very small crossover. By the way, I sent you an appropriate picture on Twitter. I don't know how easy it is for you to pop over and look at in the DM.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Let's have I can very easily have a look at that. So there he is, having a cigar himself. Quite bigger than a lot bigger than the one I'm smoking. But yes.
I've got material for every occasion. Yeah.
So all right. Let us make a start. I'm just going to make the screen big.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is one of the all-time most famous quotations. Oh, I should mention before we start as well. Academic agency sale still ongoing. Autumn 25 by all the courses. Trivium, Foundations of Economics, and all the other ones. They're amazing. Lots of people have been picking up Foundations of Research recently, probably because they're assignments to do. All right. With that said, over to you, Mr. D.
So I'm a bit. I'm actually. You know, I was thinking, it's funny because I don't think I've mentioned this quotation in all the other streams that we've done, but of course it's one of the most famous things attributed to Warhol. I mean, I think that probably most people have heard a version of this quotation at some point. You know, there are many variations on it, and actually the truth of it we'll never know, because of course, very much in keeping with Mr. Warhol's character, he was, you know, he told many different versions of the origin of this, and at a certain point he even denied that he'd ever said it to begin with. So it's difficult to know where it came from. It first cropped up. Actually, this is a poster. This is part of a poster for an exhibition he had at the Moderna Museet, forgive my pronunciation, in Stockholm in, I believe, 1967, but I would have to check the date of that. And so that's the first appearance of it. But some of the graphic designers who made these posters claimed that they made it up, that Warhol never said it at all. So,
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So of course it's the perfect Warholian situation. Yes.
Well, it is one of the most prophetic comments ever made, I suppose, because if anything would sign up our kind of horrible modern times, it would be this. It is literally true that everybody's famous for 15 minutes. And we've even seen it in our little, like, in the YouTube sphere. Think of all of those YouTubers who were big for literally all of 15 minutes and then they disappeared, you know. Andy Warski, or Milo, right? I mean,
or Milo, yes. I mean, these self-immolating characters. Yeah. I mean, I will say, I mean, as we've noticed many times, Mr. Warhol was, you know, in a weird way, a prophet of a lot of things. I mean, in a lot of quite dark things that, of course, have come true in ways that he could never have imagined.
And I actually wonder whether some of the TV, you know, because remember we talked about how it's almost like culture is in a freeze. So television, for example, has been stuck in this X Factor mode since like literally the year 2000. It's 2021 now, and they're still doing like endless kind of talent shows and X Factor and Pop Idol or whatever else. And those shows are almost designed to make somebody famous for 15 minutes. You know, like do you remember Big Brother? You know, the winner of Big Brother, like, was famous for like all of about 10 minutes and then nobody remembers them anymore. So I actually wonder whether the TV producers were actually making shows with this sort of thing in mind, where like literally, you know, we're going to make you famous for 10 minutes. And then it's on to the next season type thing.
Yeah. No, I certainly think that there is something to that. So I put this quotation at the beginning also because there's sort of one area of Warhol's many forays into media that we haven't yet dealt with. One of his greatest dreams for years and years was that he wanted to have a television show. He loved the idea of having a show on every week where he could just, because he loved to watch television. He actually had 2 televisions in his bedroom, which he would watch simultaneously. He would tune one to one
Bowie
thing,
and the Man Who Felt Worth.
one to another thing. Yes. So you know, it was a great dream of his.
Or he is the eunuch.
Does she do that?
I have been on streams before where I've opened another stream and she's been in there. So it's like the eunuch must, you know, multi-watch. Anyway, carry on.
She also kind of got some. She sort of have Warholian hair a bit too. Yeah. So anyway, and of course Warhol actually came quite close. He didn't quite get there, but he came quite close to having his dream made a reality on several occasions. So in the late 1970s, he had some dealings with MSG Network, which I think is affiliated with Madison Square Garden in some way.
Yeah, that was the network that they showed The Wrestler God.
Yes. which probably explains why Warhol also had wrestling interface. That's something that we're not going to really get into in these streams. But he did appear with what's that announcer's name with the moustache, the bald guy, Gene.
Mean Gene Okerlund, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he did appear on a on a WWF broadcast. I think on like WrestleMania or something. I can't remember what that is. So that
probably
was
the first WrestleMania at Madison Square Garden, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that certainly explains the overlap with MSG. But I mean, he had talks to produce a television show, and some of his staff, mostly Vincent Fremont, who we've seen and talked about before, who was sort of one of the stalwarts who was there from the late 60s to the very end, took charge of the television production. They had equipment, and they did scheduling. They hired interns, and they literally produced a television show. 2 iterations of it. The first one was called appropriately Andy Warhol's TV, and the second version we'll see in a moment. So if you want to go to the video folder.
Yeah, what 1 second, hold on. I've just realized something though, D, as you're talking about this, which is if he really wanted this, do you think his strategy of stonewalling interviewers was the best one? Because if you were a TV producer, you'd be like, what, that guy? How's he going to present a TV show? He can barely string 2 sentences together.
Well, you would be surprised. I think that he certainly marketed his eccentric character as a draw. So we're looking at video number 2 in the folder. Number 2, there you go.
It's Andy Warhol's TV with supermodel Carol Alt, New York Ranger Ron Greshner, Senator Patrick Moynihan, English rock group Duran Duran, and photographer Horst.
Oh my God, Duran Duran one.
I'm Andy Warhol, and this is Maura Moynihan.
And tonight on the show we have model Carol Alt and the hockey star Ron Greshner.
And she's so beautiful, and they got engaged.
And we have Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan.
And he came down here for lunch.
And we have the rock and roll band Duran Duran.
And they wear more makeup than you do, Maura.
And we have the fashion photographer Horst.
And he's one of my most favorite photographers.
What the
Stay tuned for Ron Greshner, Carol Alt, and Senator Patrick Moynihan.
I mean,
very
now
80s fault, but
very 80s, yes. But I mean, tell me you wouldn't watch that.
He didn't change. He didn't change his style. He's still going to present the show in that manner.
So interestingly, also that woman, Maura Moynihan, was the daughter of a very well-known American senator from New York called Daniel Patrick Moynihan.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, and actually, she popped up in the news fairly recently because someone filmed her going on a quote racist rant at someone who was at a taxi driver. If I can't remember exactly the circumstances. It is strange that she should pop up all of a sudden. Especially in those.
It probably wasn't racist. She was probably just having to go at a taxi driver who happened to be black, knowing the way they report these things these days.
Yeah, she said some spicy things, I have to say.
All right, okay.
But
if she was there
this
was then fair enough.
Yeah. So this was Andy Warhol's TV. They bought. I can't remember how many of the episodes of this. But in the end, they dropped it for various reasons. I mean, you have to admit it's niche viewing. You know, I mean, even though, of course, they were real, you know, they had lots of good people on and lots of big names, as you said, certainly with Duran Duran. But it was, yeah, a little bit much, I think, for the time. But it was his foot in the door, so to speak.
That
And,
would have been, if you were, that would have been perfect, like student late night viewing. You know, that's the sort of audience that may have picked up, kind of kitsch audience, you know.
Yeah. So later on in the 1980s, he had another chance, and this time it was with MTV.
Oh, right,
and
okay.
Of course, this was, you know, quite early in MTV's, MTV's development. But they also commissioned a series, and if you go to video number 3.
Well, this is very fitting, of course, because MTV was very Warholian.
Yes, very, very much so. Yes, and he worked with them on a number of occasions.
So let's have a look at this. Debbie Harry.
Andy Warhol's 15 Minutes with Debbie Harry, Jerry Hall, John Oates, Robin Leach, Dweezil and Moon Zappa, Tama Janowitz, Paulina Poroskova, Sally Kirkland, Tracy Johns, designer Catherine Hammett, the Parachute Club, and a trip to the Pyramid Club.
Tonight's show, sex, vegetables, brothers and sisters.
Neo Geo and Neo, this could be Neo Up.
Neo drag is what we call the drag of the 80s, the combination of parody, performance art, and off Broadway. The New York Center for Neo Drag is the Pyramid Club, where on a Sunday night, a talented family of self-styled freaks entertain in high style. These people resemble a heavy metal band or a rock star a lot more than the classic image of a drag queen. John Kelly, one of our performers tonight, also performs in a one-man show off-Broadway titled Aegon Sheila, and Ethel Eichelberger co-stars in Charles Ludlam's The Artificial Jungle. Both John and Ethel perform at the Pyramid.
Can I just say, even though Debbie Harry is one of the sexiest women of all time, what the fuck is she wearing here? This is a very bad look for Debbie Harry.
Well, you'll see. You'll see if you keep watching what she's wearing. Yeah.
To have a good time.
I've cut out the Pyramid Club bit.
Oh, what have you been up to, Debbie?
I just shot my video for French Kissing.
God, I can't wait to see it.
Oh, thanks. And I'm wearing a dress that's based on your Camouflage painting.
Oh, really? Oh,
it's on my album cover.
Oh, it's beautiful. Stephen did it, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a Steven Sprouse.
Oh, it's great.
You gonna sign it for me?
Oh yeah. Where do you want? Under your cleavage or?
No.
Fair play to Debbie Harry. She was a good mate to Warhol. She was always doing stuff with him.
Oh yeah, they were quite good friends throughout the 80s. I think he met her in the 70s actually, when she was maybe even the late 60s, because she was a waitress at a place called Max's Kansas City, where Warhol and his Miyu hung out in the late 60s and early 70s. So that may be where they had their first contact. And if you want to look at number 4, we can watch another clip from Andy Warhol's 15 Minutes. This show actually lasted a bit longer. I believe they made 2 series of this show.
Let me get to number 4. There we go.
No, you have to be free in this world. You have to float. You got to drift. You got to like express yourself, you know. You can't do that when you give everybody your power to do whatever they want with you, you know. You can't do that. You know, then art and fashion would be dead.
It's Andy Warhol's 15 Minutes with Grace Jones, Judd Nelson, artist Kenny Scharf, designers Marc Jacobs, Isabel Toledo, and Angel Estrada, actress Elizabeth Pena, photographer Peter Beard, from the movie Platoon, Kevin Dillon, John McGinley, and Francesco Quinn, authors William Burroughs and Tama Janowitz, musicians Chris Stein, Steve Stein, Gregory Abbott, Angelo Colon, and Gospel Lines.
Who's this guy here?
That's the Mad Glad Man.
The Mad Glad Man?
The Glad and the Mad Glad Man.
The Mad Glad Man.
The Mad Glad Man.
You're the one. You really actually create a lot of fashion. I've seen you wear really, really wild clothes. What was the last thing? Yeah, what was the last thing you were wearing? You brought bell bottoms back again before anybody else.
Yeah, I was gonna market bell bottoms, and I still wear bell bottoms. Didn't seem like it caught on too well though.
No, it didn't really catch on. No.
But I always liked it, so I don't care what other people think.
So what are you wearing now that you want people to wear?
My underwear. Underwear is the next thing.
I mean,
so there you go.
One of the things that really struck me watching that is how early MTV was actually a bit artier and cooler than MTV. MTV became extremely mainstream later on, and they'd stopped doing stuff like this. I know, like in the very, very early MTV, do you remember I did the whole Residence stream?
Yeah.
They were actually struggling to fill up space, so it became a bit more niche and arty like this. But this is kind of like high cult, you know, in a strange way, even though Warhol himself is quite poppy in the art world. This is him doing the reverse, which is almost like bringing like the lower culture up. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you know, I think it's quite remarkable because people, you know, a lot of people were not going to realize that how kind of far-reaching his kind of aesthetic influences on culture were. I mean, as you said, early MTV was very much associated with kind of him and more broadly with the kind of 80s New York East Village art scene that he sort of embraced. I mean, the one way, you know, I think he managed to successfully keep himself from becoming a relic of the 1960s by sort of embracing this whole new scene. And you know, he always wanted to be around younger people, younger artists, you know, musicians, anyone he could, because again, he understood that it was a way to keep himself from kind of fading into the past, and he did it very well in the 1980s. You know, I mean, I think the 70s was a struggle in a lot of, and in a wider sense, I think the 70s was just a big cultural struggle for a lot of people. But no, in the 80s, he sort of found his groove again with all these young.
What I would say is, hanging out with Debbie Harry and that 80s aesthetic and so on, he doesn't look out of place. You don't think, oh, there's a guy from the 60s. He just seems like he's part of this scene. If that makes any sense. It's not like a fish out of water here. Yeah.
Yes, 80s Warhol is a very different creature than 60s Warhol. You know, he really did manage to kind of reinvent himself. He reinvented his look.
Can I just ask a very quick question? Did Basquiat, who we talked about last time, ever make it onto this show?
I believe Jean-Michel may have been on this show at one point. So Basquiat sort of distanced himself from Warhol in 85, 86, because I think because he felt that he may that if he didn't, he would sort of disappear under Warhol's shadow. You know, I think there was very much that classic kind of mentor, or sort of apprentice and master relationship where he felt he really wanted to kind of make a break. And Warhol mentions in the diary, you know, a few times later on that basically, you know, he felt that Jean-Michel kind of abandoned him. In the end, of course, when Warhol died, I think Basquiat felt quite alone and realized that, you know, that he'd really lost somebody that was very, you know, quite important to him. But Yeah. So, but he did appear. Basquiat also just incidentally appears in a Blondie video.
Does he?
Yeah. It's the one where she does the kind of rap at the end.
I thought it might be that one. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I know the one.
I think Fab Five Freddy's in that as well.
I hate that. I hate that rap that they do at the end of that.
Well, I believe it may have been one of the first rap songs that was ever aired on MTV.
It's Rapture, isn't it?
Rapture, yes.
Yeah.
But Jean-Michel appears in the video for Rapture briefly.
Just before we move on, D, a lot of people are saying that you should try to incorporate this figure into your avatar at some point.
Oh, the glad mad man.
Yeah. People saying I'm nasal. I am. I've caught a cold. AAA. But anyway, let us carry on.
So, this was Andy's foray into producing his own show, and as I said, I mean, he didn't quite make it. The shows were, I think, a little bit kind of ahead of their time in a strain. They were very much of their time, but they were also slightly too much ahead of their time for the kind of mainstream success that Andy wanted. I mean, he always wanted to be artistic, but he wanted to be more than that. He wanted to be mainstream, like he literally wanted to be able to turn on a television and see himself. So he never quite made it, at least with his own show. But in the 1980s, if you remember in the last stream of the one before that, he took up a strange kind of midlife career in modeling.
Yes.
Well, in the 1980s, he also started to make a kind of foray into other areas of mass commercial, of mass media and mass commerce. So if you open video number 5, we'll see where his real 15 minutes of fame in the American zeitgeist were. I hope you don't get struck for this.
Love exciting and new.
He was on so many shows, yeah.
Love is my sweetest spring water. Let it flow. It flows back to you.
Oh my God.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, chat, can you hear me? So I failed to realize that AA is in the garage doing the stream, and I think his internet is quite bad in the garage. So I believe the love boat may have killed him. Hopefully he'll pop back in. I don't know. that's going to work. It's a bit difficult to continue the stream because, of course, he has all the images and whatnot. But I think the Love Boat video was much higher res than the other videos that we watched. So I think that may have yeeted his internet. So hopefully we'll. So yes, I mean, while we're waiting, Warhol appeared in an episode of Love Boat. I'd never watched this program, and so I watched the Warhol episode, and it was very, very painful. I mean, if you've ever seen this show, it's really hard going. I mean, in a certain way, there's a kind of cursed 1980s American Kino quality to it, I guess the kids would say, but I find it very difficult to watch. I mean, it's just more absolutely moronic, but it's actually sort of hilarious. I mean, it's slightly kind of Dadaist performance art, basically, for Warhol to kind of appear in this world, the world of television. Yeah, peak ashes. I don't actually. Okay. I'm not hearing anything from AA. Love, exciting and new. It is a very brain meltingly catchy theme tune, though. All right, I'm going. Maybe I'll send AA a message and see what happens. No word from AA yet, so let's see what I can do. So we were going to watch another bit from the Love Boat episode with Warhol. Basically, the plot of the program, the Warhol part of the plot, includes so there's a fictitious one of his 1960s superstars that is a passenger on this cruise ship, and he is also on the cruise ship for some reason, and they coincidentally meet, and I think they gave her some terrible name like Marina Del Rey, I think was the name of the character, and so the plot basically involves her trying to hide the fact that she was like associated with Warhol from her husband, who was played by Tom Bosley. I don't know, it's extraordinarily stupid, but yes, so that's the Love Boat. So the next slide was actually an excerpt from the diary, and hang on a moment. And I will I'll read that absent knowing what to do without AA. Okay, Monday, March 25th, 1985, Los Angeles. Got up early, and the Love Boat at first wasn't sending a car. They said it, quote, wasn't in the contract. They wanted me to take a cab, but Fred talked to them. And when we got here, since they didn't have a room reserved for Fred, I'm wondering if they're paying for his. I think they must be. So when I went to the wardrobe place and ordered a pair of Reebok shoes, but I only ordered one and I should have ordered more. And the kid who came to pick me up, I asked if he was trying to be an actor, and he said, "Oh no, I'm captain of the cars." He was very cute. We drove to the old Goldwyn Studios on Santa Monica near La Brea. These places are so cold, you sit around freezing all day in these sound stages. And it's no wonder people want to be actors, because the only place it's warm is under the lights. So then I was done, and they brought me back to the hotel. And then Suzanne Summers had told Doug Christmas that she just had to have lunch with us. So we went to meet her at Ma Maison, and then she cancelled. But Orson Welles was there at his own table, and he said he wanted to meet me, and I went over, and he was just great, really great. And he's a person I would like to interview myself. And then afterwards, we went to Doug's place, and Roy Lichtenstein was there signing some things, so that was exciting. And then John met us and took us to the Beverly Hills for drinks. The taxis from there to the Bel Air are expensive, $8. Got dressed and went over to Spargo, where Swifty Lazar was having a party for the Academy Awards. And the traffic was so bad, it took so long to get over there. It's on Sunset above Tower Records. I had to sign like 800 autographs. All the press was there, like Susan Mulcahy and Barbara Hauer, and Cary Grant and Jimmy Stewart came, and just everybody came after the awards. Faye Dunaway and Raquel Welch, and just everybody. So yes, you can certainly hear that Warhol was in his element in Los Angeles, and certainly hanging out among this milieu, this Hollywood milieu. Sort of everything that he kind of wanted. The sort of fame, the empty vapidity and attention. So, this is going to get very, very difficult, because I really need to be able to show slides. And we can't do that. And I've got no word from Academic Agent at all. No answer to the DM. So I'm not sure what we're going to do.
Can you hear me?
Hello! Oh, thank God you're back.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. I think I put my router on the radiator here because it's fucking freezing at garage, and I think it's it like caused it to stop, like to go off, and then I wouldn't reconnect to it. So anyway, I'm back. Yes. So shall we continue?
Yeah. Yes. I thought it was the Love Boat video that killed it, but because it's a little higher resolution than the others, and I didn't know if your internet at the garage was.
I thought that it might have been that, but I don't think it was. So
okay.
Where shall I go next? So
I don't know how. I don't think they saw. I think that they didn't see the half of the Love Boat video. I think.
Oh, I'll get it back up then. Hold on.
Yeah, sort of go watch it from, if you go past the theme tune.
Here we are.
I was explaining to them how terrible this program is.
Number 4, yeah.
Number 4, yes.
No, you have to listen to this guy here.
No.
Oh no, sorry, number 5, yes. Yes, number 5, sorry.
Come on, George.
Hello, I'm
Andy Warhol.
This is
Romaine, your executive assistant. I've read all about you. Welcome to our 200th cruise, Mr. Warhol. You and your party are on the promenade deck. I'll show you the way. I was wondering, how does an artist know when a painting is truly successful?
When the check's cleared.
Very, very good Warholian answer there. I think when the check's cleared.
Yes. Although in the diary, Warhol notes that line would have been better if her question was how does an artist know when a painting is finished rather than when a painting is successful? And I think he was right about that. So if you want to watch number 6, this is the follow-up Lovebird clip.
Could I talk to you, Mr. Warhol? Excuse us. Mr. Warhol, I'm Mary's husband. Mary? Marina Del Rey. Oh. Mary tells me that you want to paint her picture. Well, that's impossible. It's nothing personal, Mr. Warhol. It's just that we come from 2 different worlds. And don't get me wrong, I'm flexible. I mean, I could even go for something like that. If you could do that sort of thing, it would be a different story. Well, that's mine. No kidding. That's good. Thanks.
How did they get all these people to be in this awful show?
Oh, everyone in the 80s was in this show, apparently. I mean, it was basically every week was a bunch of guest star cameos. So many 80s shows were kind of, certainly the Americans were like that. But it's something wonderful about it's certainly the ultimate postmodern experience of fame, where you kind of create this persona for yourself as a kind of art project, and then you're able to insert it into literally one of the most kind of popular pieces of American commercial culture. That he was able to kind of put his strange skeletal reptilian persona, like a virus into
world,
American pop culture. Yeah, but it's just very strange to me. So if you want to go back to the images for a moment, there's a diary entry we're going to read before we watch the final video.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I will just switch up here. Given my voice, you may want to read this. There's Debbie Harry. Debbie Harry actually looks quite kind of middle-aged and frumpy there for Debbie Harry. Here we go. D. D, you there? Hello? I've lost D now, have I? Oh, now I've lost D. Can people hear me? Hello? Press 1 if you could hear me. Okay. I will read it. Monday, March 25th, 1985, Los Angeles. Got up early and Love Boat at first wasn't sending a car. They said it wasn't in the contract. They wanted me to take a cab, but Fred talked to them. And when we got here, since they didn't have a room reserved for Fred, I'm wondering if they're paying for this. I think they must be. Oh, there's D. D is back. D.
Yeah. What is going on? My internet just.
It must be. Maybe it's the coof. Maybe it's like we're suffering brownouts in the UK. hit here first, and then Wales, maybe.
Oh dear. So by the way, this is the one I already read to them.
Oh, they've already read this. Okay.
Yeah, well, I already read this one to them, so it's the next one. Sorry about that.
Do you want to read? Because I'm so bunged up. I'm wondering if it's better if you read it.
Okay, I'll read it. Okay, Friday, March 29th, 1985, Los Angeles. They picked me up at 6 to take me to the set. The same cute driver. I wish he was a fairy, but he isn't. He's trying to make all the girls, and they all have Barbie doll bodies. You can't believe them. No hips and big tits. He's just divorced, and he says he's a, quote, country boy, and he lives in the Valley, or someplace like that. Jay is his name, the captain of the cars. And he sits there and does crossword puzzles all day when he's not driving. And I said, oh, don't you want to further your career? If you can do crossword puzzles, you can direct. I had to sign autographs for all the girl actresses and dancers. I was finished by 9:30. Marion Ross from Happy Days plays the ex-superstar, and she's a little old to play an ex-60s superstar, but I really love her so much. She's a wonderful person, and she helps me. She has so much love. And when we do a scene together, she does great facial things that help me do my lines. And actually, though, Ultraviolet's probably older than Marion. Then they took me downtown to do the Diet Coke commercial. And there was a float and about 8 ex-Miss Americas or Miss Universes, and all the police were lusting after them. And I was wearing my Steven Sprouse jacket. And one of the girls in a bathing suit said that she'd been in Walter Stedding's group. And I went and waited in my own private mobile trailer, and I used the bathroom, and that was fun. And then I guess the word the crew uses for actors is talent. And so one girl opened the trailer door and said, "Where's the talent?" And she looked around and didn't see any, I guess, so she left. I don't know. I guess she didn't recognize me. And we were on a big float with pansies. The girls sat on the pansies, and I had to say, Diet Coke. And I drank it for the first time. Oh, and Ron Perelman is out here, and he said, I want to have a big talk with you. I want to buy your magazine for my wife. Who do I talk to? And I said, Fred. For Claudia, he wants it.
What was Ron Perlman doing there? He must be
So that's
young.
not that is not the actor Ron Perlman. That this is Ron
right.
Perelman.
I
he who is some billionaire investment banker, and he. So what he's talking about is Interview magazine, which he didn't end up buying, but yes, he had expressed interest. Basically, buy it as something for his wife to do. But I love that line about she said, "Where's the talent?" and looked around and didn't see any, I guess. So if you want to pop over to the video folder for one last foray.
Yeah.
This is number 7.
Just for the fun of it, just for the wine of it, just for the taste of it, Diet Coke. Just for the splash of it, just for the laugh of it, the wrinkle, the taste of it, Diet Coke. Just for the joy of it, just for the joy, just for the fun, just for the fun of it, Diet Coke. Just for the shape of it, Coca-Cola. Just for the taste of it, Diet Coke.
That was a Sergeant Slaughter.
Yes, I as soon as I saw that, I was like, I have to put this in there for it.
What on earth?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the combination of Devo and Sergeant Slaughter and Andy Warhol, you know,
I mean, it's pretty
and Harvey Korman and
all in a Diet Coke advert.
In a
only America can produce this. Yeah.
It's so wonderful. Yes, I mean, Diet Coke was a new product, or fairly new product, I think, around the time. So, yeah. Anyway, I thought that was glorious.
Was that actually Devo as well?
Yes, that's actually Devo. Yes.
I want to see Devo again. Where are they?
If you go to the very beginning, they're at the very beginning. They're the first shot.
Oh, yeah, there they are.
There they are.
Devo, we're in a Diet Coke advert.
Diet Coke advert. Oh,
amazing.
Wonderful. And also, that theme is a pernicious earworm. When I first watched this and made the video of it for the stream, that was stuck in my head for like 2 days, and then I sang it to Panama Hat, and he got it stuck in his head as well. So, just for the taste of it.
Wow. Okay.
No, the 80s Americana was very good with their their theme tunes.
Yeah, Sergeant Slaughter, incidentally, he signed this massive contract to sell like G.I. Joe action figures or something. And so big was his contract that he couldn't get a job in wrestling in the mid 80s because he was worth too much. So Vince wouldn't give him a contract, and WCW wouldn't give him a job. I mean, he went back later on, but like all through the mid 80s, because he had this G.I. Joe thing, he essentially didn't work for major promotions. So kind of an interesting. He was a great wrestler, by the way, absolutely phenomenal wrestler. Anyway, shall we continue?
Yes, and so as you mentioned, Warhol made a huge amount of money doing these sorts of things. He did many adverts in the 80s, surprisingly. And yes,
if I ever got famous, D, that's all I would do. It's so lucrative.
It's very lucrative.
I mean, you would never have to work. I think that's what Rowan Atkinson did. Do you remember he did those Barclaycard adverts? He never had to work again, I don't think.
Yeah. So just while we're in the video folder, let's watch the next video as a last. This is another advert, and Warhol was working in, let's just say, a different market area for this one.
Aka, Midori, Ao, Gunjoiro, Kyodei,
イマジンを刺激するカラー配信 DDK ビデオテープ
It's so weird. So yes,
Warhol, I love this era for things like this, by the way.
Yeah, the mid 80s was peak for this. And of course, this is something a lot of celebrities did. So even celebrities who would never appear in sort of adverts in their own home market, they would go to Japan and they would do. And of course, back then, you'd without the internet, you would never see them. Like you didn't know that like Tom Hanks and Arnold Schwarzenegger and such were doing like adverts in Japan, but they would do that, and a lot of people made a huge amount of money, American celebrities, doing that.
Yeah, you mentioned in the wrestling, obviously there was wrestling in Japan, and somebody like a Sergeant Slaughter, he could have a massive payday over there, and of course the fans at home would have no idea that it even existed. So it was like a separate. In fact, in that era, even within America, different local markets were almost like entirely different worlds. So you could have localized adverts that would not be seen outside of like Georgia, for example. So it's kind of strange to think of that now, because of course with the internet, if somebody did something over in Japan, we would know instantly.
Yeah, you would know right. Yeah, you'd know right away. Yeah. No, but I mean, it was this was an era when there really were kind of really separated markets. All right, so let's pop back to the images and go back to see what Warhol was doing in the art field. I mean, I sort of wanted this big foray because it was a big part of Warhol's work, and as I said, he earned a lot of money doing these sorts of things in the 80s. So we're on image 6.
Campbell's soup is back, but now it's a box.
Yeah, so of course, keeping up with the time, and again, keeping up with Warhol's amazing ability to kind of to rehash and rehash things until they completely are drained of meaning. This time, the Campbell Soup Company actually paid him to produce a series of paintings of their new, at the time, product, which was dry packets of soup. So instead of the tins of soup, these were like dehydrated, like pot noodle. And again, there's something wonderful about the fact that he went from a kind of 1960s fringe New York avant-garde artist doing this inexplicable these inexplicable paintings of Campbell's soup to literally having the corporation commission him for a huge amount of money to produce more artwork using their product. So in the 60s, they actually considered suing him for infringement because they thought that it would be bad publicity for this weirdo to be doing soup tin adverts for them. And lo and behold, now they're paying him 20 years later.
I guess that's capitalism for you. Do you think they got value for their money? Look at it.
I don't know, because in the diary there's an entry where he says they absolutely hated the first iteration of them and they wanted him to do them again. So he doesn't go on about it, so I don't know what the dispensation of that was. But he did quite a lot of them. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see there are many of these. Okay. There are many of these paintings around, and they go for quite a lot of money in auction now. I'm sort of interested in them because, again, it's just, this idea of the eternal recurrence. I mean, the soup goes, you go from soup, which was the kind of peasant, the associated with kind of peasant and nutrients and using all the available foods to feed your family, to a mass market product, sort of put into a tin and condensed, to a desiccated packet of
I mean, it is Avolian decay. It's all, I mean, it's not even soup anymore. It's just dried,
it's not even, it's just dust.
Powder.
You're literally getting a packet of dust. So there's ashes.
The ashes of soup.
There's something wonderful about that. You go to the next slide.
We're very far removed from an actual onion.
There's a chicken somewhere in the past. My favorite of these Campbell soup boxes were he did 3-dimensional ones. So basically printed the box images onto canvas, and then it was stretched around a kind of 3-dimensional frame. And if you go to the next slide, you can sort of see a 3/4 view of that.
Oh yeah.
So these are quite interesting, and they sort of almost push into the realm of sculpture. The next slide, the other ones I like is he did a number of these works where he would flatten out the boxes from various products, and there's something very nice and sort of very abstract about these flattened out product boxes. Unfortunately, he never really did a whole body of work about that, but I think he could have, and I think they would have been quite good. So if you go to the next, let's catch up.
That was the one we saw in Love Boat. I saw that in Love Boat.
Yes, that is one of the images you saw in Love Boat. I thought we'd catch up with what he was doing in the print market. So in each of these streams, we've mentioned that alongside his body of work in painting, he also produced limited edition prints, which is something that artists have done since the 15th century and even before that. So this is a portfolio called Ads from 1985. And, in a way, it's kind of harkening back to his earliest days in New York, which is, of course, we know he made his name and his initial fame as a commercial artist. And so, he's here he is, sort of literally doing these, these reiterations of kind of famous adverts from time past. So it's a little bit of a nod to his to his former life. There's a couple of things hidden, of course, in these. One, of course, is that's Ronald Reagan.
I was thinking that was Ronald Reagan, but in his movie days, right? In his actor
days. But back in his movie days in the 1950s. But I mean, in a way, this sort of relates to this idea of as I said, Warhol kind of inserting himself into popular culture as a kind of commercial figure, and of course the way that celebrities do that as a sideline. So we've got whether it's done posthumously, as the case with James Dean, or if it's something like Judy Garland doing an advert for Black Gamma fur coats, or Ronald Reagan doing the Van Huysen shirt adverts, or Donald Duck, doing an advert for something. Even the fictitious characters did this. So
there's something really weird though, which is that how can I put this? Now in 2021, right? These artifacts here look like authentic kind of moments of like American capitalism back when it was really capitalism or whatever. Because now it feels like we're like in a simulation of capitalism or something.
Yeah.
So in a strange, even though these were bankrupted and emptied out kind of, things even back then, they kind of gain a strange authenticity in retrospect, given how inauthentic 2021 is, if that makes any sense.
Yes. And there's something very odd about the idea that people become nostalgic for something that was empty to begin with. I mean, that as you say, adverts like literally retain authentic. Like even you even go scrambling through the ashes to find little shards of authenticity amongst the detritus of adverts from the past.
Think of like the figure of Donald Duck there. Okay, to a certain sensibility, that's bankrupt, empty Americanism. From like the point of view of I don't know, Julius Evola or someone like that. But from the point of view of us now, Donald Duck starts to look like something real, in a way. And the same goes for all of this. Even like the idea of Paramount Pictures in the 1950s, or even mid 80s Apple versus Apple now.
Yes. I mean, and the Apple logo is, of course, I think quite telling, because, of course, this was the days when Apple was quite innovative and a bit weird, and the up and coming company, and their logo was, of course, the kind of colors of the rainbow, and now, of course, the Apple logo is this ghostly, drained of color white silhouette.
And you see, this is something interesting, because a lot of the the edgy right and so on do go for this aesthetic of what they call like vaporware 80s kind of outrun. You see it all over. It's kind of a bit passé now, but about a year or 2 years ago, there was a lot of this outrun vaporware aesthetic, which was all harking back to this idea of an authentic 80s, which was already hollowed out and empty. So Warhol, in a way, he's kind of capturing that in the 80s, because obviously a lot of this stuff is looking back to the 50s, right?
Yes, all this is yes. I mean, and of course these are his. I mean, the originals of these don't look anything like this. I mean, these are obviously done in Warhol's style, with Warhol's color palette and Warhol's techniques of the time. But of course, so he was taking something and kind of recontextualizing it. So yes, as you say, he was resurrecting something dead, and now we're looking back at his resurrection with a sort of fondness and as a sort of life. And there's something very strange about being in the position we are. We're basically we're as distant from Warhol as he was from the adverts, for the most part, that he was kind of riffing on. So yeah, it's a strange position. All right, so if you want to go to the next slide.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Have you seen Jaws in recent years?
Have I seen Jaws?
Jaws, the film Jaws.
No, I've not seen it for many years. No.
If you go back and watch that film, there's the tone of Jaws is obviously like, it's got this tawdry mayor who's corrupt. He doesn't want to close the beach because of tourism. it's obviously kind of quite tacky, you know, but it looks attractive to us. This is the sort of thing I'm trying to get at. Like, it's like even the corrupt town that you see in something like Jaws looks wholesome to the point of view of, and that's what I found when I made the Ashes series. Is like, I made the Ashes to be like, look at the state of 1992, and there were people in the comments saying, look at what they took from us. Do you know what I mean? I find that
exactly. Yeah,
I find that's a strange thing.
Well, and people are always going to cling. I mean, you know, you're going to cling to whatever, you know, bit of debris that's left from the sinking ship, you know, and that's going to seem like, you know, the most welcome thing in the world to you when you're a drowning man, you know, to see a bit of wood that you can scrabble up on and stay alive for a few more hours, you know. So when you're drowning, everything starts to look like home, you know. Everything starts to look like a ship to you.
Do you think this is why conservatives are always defending the liberalism of 10 years ago?
Yeah, probably, exactly. I mean, it's almost like Stockholm syndrome, you know. In a way, you start to appreciate the largesse of your captors, you know.
Oh God! All right, here's the Queen.
So yeah,
speaking of Stockholm syndrome.
Speaking of ashes, speaking of detritus floating on the cold dark sea, we have Her Majesty. So if you remember back to that portfolio Warhol did of the 10 Jews of the 20th century, which was of course just him nakedly appealing to a demographic. He did that a number of times in his career. So in the mid 80s, he and his Miu, who were kind of again rubbing elbows with billionaires and going to Europe and establishing markets there and hanging out with Turner Taxis and, you know, and Princess Holsteins and Catherine Guinness, and, you know, they decided that it would be probably good to produce a portfolio about royalty, because of course the Europeans like royalty. So he produced a print portfolio called Reigning Queens, and so you can see him here with the print. If you go to the next slide, you can see all four of them.
Who is the one in the bottom right?
So we've got Elizabeth I in the top left, and then next to her we've got Queen Beatrix, and of the Netherlands, and then the bottom left we've got Queen Margaretha of the Second of Denmark. Marguerite, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then on the bottom left, bottom right is Queen Ntombi Twala of Swaziland.
Right. Okay.
So I actually looked her up because I'd never heard of her before. Apparently they've renamed Swaziland. It has a different name now. It's gone the way of, you know, Burma, you know, and you know, in Bombay. I don't know what the new name is, but yes. So but she's still around. So these are the reigning queens, and again, this is another kind of nadir in Warhol's critical reception. There's an entry in the diary where he gets quite angry because a gallery decided one of his minions set up for a gallery in New York to show the reigning queens, and Warhol was furious because, of course, he said Americans don't care about royalty, and it's just going to be another bad review, and it was. But you know, I think the reigning queens are often pointed at as a kind of symbol of an emptiness of a part of Warhol's work. I mean, they're perfectly nice prints. Strangely enough, the print of Queen Twala is one of the cheapest Warhol works you can buy. You can pick one of those up for less than 10 grand, which is a steal for Warhol.
Even she doesn't want it.
she doesn't want it. I mean, it's quite ghastly. Of the four of them, it's really the worst one. There's different color variations.
I think the one in the bottom left looks quite elegant, and the one in the top right looks a little bit like a famous actress, Diana Rigg, maybe, or
yeah,
looks very familiar to me.
And the one of Elizabeth II is quite nice as well.
I do think young Queen Elizabeth was quite elegant and quite pretty in her own way.
Oh yeah, and that of course is the most expensive one now. Though the one of Elizabeth II, the paintings go for well over $1 million, and the prints go for between $500,000 and $1 million. So to contrast that to like eight grand for Queen Tuala and $500,000 for Elizabeth II. But I'm sure there's a kind of intersectional comment I can make.
Do you know my grandfather kept a picture of the Queen on his desk up until he died. The one in Iran. I think that was the kind of classic picture of the Queen from like the 50s.
Right.
She was. I don't know that there is this kind of weird thing where the Queen is oddly like respected around the world in ways that you wouldn't. He also had a picture of the fucking Ayatollah next to the Queen as well. So,
was that required, or was just?
I don't know. He kept it like if you can imagine, his desk had like a sheet of glass over it, and the picture of the Ayatollah was under the glass.
Yes,
I don't know if he kept it there.
Hey. Have we lost him again? You all still there? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep.
Sorry, I knocked my USB. Sorry.
The gods are conspiring against us.
I know. I'm not used to being down in this garage anymore, so I'm being rather clumsy. Anyway, shall we continue?
All right. Yep. Next up. And last but not least, from the print portfolios of the 80s, this series is called Cowboys and Indians. And
yes, I thought it might be.
Yep. And these prints go for an absolute fortune as far as Warhol's the secondary market on Warhol's print limited edition print work. These are quite valuable. So.
That's John Wayne in the top left.
Got John Wayne, yep, Annie Oakley, and General George Custer. We got some Northwest.
He looks oddly like George Sanders there, John Wayne. Don't know why, but just
very orange,
okay.
Very orange.
An orange-looking George Sanders.
Yeah, got Geronimo. I've got I like the Warhol, and he literally just what are we gonna? Okay, let's put the Indian head nickel.
Did I tell you that I went to the museum of like Native American history in New York?
Yes.
When me and Radlib went to that Austrian economics conference, and I remember I was there. I was arguing with Ray on Twitter while I was in the about pottery rights. Do you remember? And I'm just remembering now all of the absolute copes in that museum about trying to write things from the Native American point of view, but essentially they really wanted to win, but they lost. That was what I got. But i.e., it was a proper, like, how can I say this? There's all this painting of victimology when it comes to the Native Americans, but the actual story is a very straightforward one of kind of warfare and conquest, where they were like, that they wanted war as much as the other side is what is I guess what I'm saying. They just lost,
Yes.
and they had rifles, they had horse, they had cavalry, they had it was kind of like a because they bought weaponry from the other European powers. So I do think that there's in the kind of mythos of Cowboys and Indians, I do think there's a little bit of kind of rewriting of history that goes on when it comes to that.
More than a little bit, as far as I've seen. I haven't read deeply on the period, but
it was a big cause celebre, wasn't it? Because famously, didn't Marlon Brando refuse to pick up his Oscar for Godfather?
Yes, he sent a woman called Sacheen Littlefeather was her name. Sent her to that may have been the first instance of a kind of preachy SJW sort of virtue signaling thing. Yeah, I mean, it was the pure twat move from Brando.
From Brando, yeah.
And also putting this young woman in that situation in which he knew that she was going to be absolutely savaged. That was a very disgusting thing to do.
Brando was a bit of a troublemaker in his own way, but maybe that's a different, deeper lore for another day.
Different, deeper lore. Strangely enough, of course, you mentioned being at that museum. That museum is where Warhol went to take a couple of the pictures that he used for those prints. So,
oh, really? Okay.
I think the Kachina dolls, maybe the Plains Indian shield there. I think were pictures taken by Warhol at that museum. Although Warhol was, as we'll see at the end of the stream, was a huge collector of many different things. And one of the areas he collected most deeply in was in Native American Indian art. He had a very valuable collection of it.
Well, one of the things that's undeniable, if you go to that museum, by the way, if anybody is near and in New York, I'd recommend it for an afternoon, just because despite the efforts of the curators, it comes through anyway, right? Which is that these people had tremendous in-group preference. They had tremendous kind of will, like warrior spirit, if you want to put it that way. It's just they lost. That's all it boils down to, is that they lost. But like, you know, in their own way, they were pretty I wouldn't say, I guess you'd say nationalistic, but obviously in some cases they were tribes or whatever. But you know, they had a will to protect their own people, and there's all sorts of things about not trusting outsiders, and you know, if the view to a different lens, you could call it racism. You know, I do think that you get confronting history in that way. You get a flavor of what the real history was like. And I've always found the idea of it fascinating, by the way. Those encounters between Europeans and natives in that era, I think were fascinating, you know. Or any encounters between different cultures for the first time, I think is an interesting thing that goes on. Anyway, what are we looking at here? This is a volcano.
So yeah, mid 80s, Warhol also produced, you know, he had all these kind of concurrent bodies of work. There's just two of them. Don't go ahead of this one. Basically Mount Vesuvius, and we called them Mount Vesuvius, although not all of them were Vesuvius. But I kind of put them in because it also shows the influence that these are massive pictures, by the way. These are huge paintings, like, you know, like 8 foot wide and 6 foot high. But it shows Warhol the influence that Basquiat and some of these younger artists that he was hanging around with had on his style, that he again had returned to painting by hand, or including lots of freehand painting with the silkscreen images. These are pure hand painted ones, which are,
I mean, I was going to say that this is some of the most painterly stuff we've seen, period, from Warhol.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, this was a huge resurgence in his work, as we'll see later on. It became a kind of almost a total switch in style. But you know, doing the large paintings with the, you know, in the bright colors with the sort of expressionist brushstrokes. I mean, it really shows the kind of influence of hanging around these young artists had on kind of injecting, you know, life back into his career. I mean, he was quite, you know, by the late 70s and early 80s, he was really at a sort of a loose end in terms of he just run out of gas, and So it was quite fortuitous that this came in, and I think that part of the kind of late career renaissance that he had was due to this shift back to actually painting again.
Now, I don't know much about art, D, but do I detect some like Japanese bits in this? Like, if I didn't know this was a Warhol, I'd say, well, maybe this is from Japan. Why do I think that?
The reason you think that is because there's a very famous series of Japanese woodcuts produced in the 19th century by Hokusai, called I'm trying to remember the name of the series. Goodness sake. 36 views of Mount Fuji. I looked it up in my in my file there. Yeah, he produced a series of 36 woodcuts of Mount Fuji, and there's a very famous one called The Great Wave off of Kanagawa, which you've undoubtedly seen. But yeah, I think it's the influence of the Hokusai very brightly colored prints of Mount Fuji that you're responding to here. I mean, it is Vesuvius, so it's an Italian volcano, but yeah.
It is subconscious. I was just like, it was triggering my Japan kind of.
Yeah, no, that's a good shot actually, because and in fact there I'm looking at one right now. Red Fuji, Southern Wind, Clear Morning is one of those Hokusai prints, and it is a massive red Fuji with sort of green a forest at the base and blue sky. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Back to burgers.
Yep. So back to hamburgers. So this sort of this marks the beginning of a body of work that I think. Well, we'll talk about it a bit. But he started to produce these works, which were not the kind of glossy, Campbell's soup, not the kind of 50s adverts with the bright kind of colors, but they were very clearly taken from very low quality newsprint adverts of an indeterminate period. It could have been from the 50s, it could have been from the 60s, done in a very raw style, often either negative or positive. So he would, basically invert the image and do negative, positive versions of them. And these were part of that series. I put the hamburgers in. I've always really liked these. My personal interface with Warhol actually lies in one of these paintings, because I almost bought one of these in the early 2000s for, let's just say, less than 10 grand US dollars. And now they go for well over $200,000. So one of the great regrets of my life is not shelling out for one of these when they were very cheap. But yeah, I quite like the hamburger paintings. There's a lot of them, but they fit very loosely into this series of pictures that we're going to look at. And for me, these, I mean, as I've said, basically every one of these streams we've done, I think Warhol's work, there is a deep vein of doom and dread that runs through, I would say, most of Warhol's work. And I think that the specter of death and mortality and judgment is always there, and was there from the very beginning. And I think, in a way, engaging with American popular culture and adverts and fame and superficiality and all the things that he did, I think is a part of that. I mean, it almost, it's very much part of a European tradition, which is called vanitas. There were lots of painters in the 17th century who did these works showing extraordinarily beautiful objects, food, expensive clothes, maps, books, flowers, and they were painted in a very sumptuous manner, but they were embedded with a kind of Christian message, either quite overtly or subtly, that basically all of these things, the wealth, the riches of the world, the achievements of life, are but human vanity. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity, as it says in Ecclesiastes. And I think that, so even embedded in the kind of pop art thing, I think is a kind of callback to this idea of the distrust of the of wealth and status in the Christian world.
You could almost call this series the death of J. Wellington Wimpy.
Well, there is something sad and dreadful about the Wimpy chain, if any of them still are hanging on.
Yeah. I was thinking of that. J. Wellington Wimpy is that guy in the Popeye cartoon. You know, I'll gladly pay today for a burger. I'll gladly pay for a burger today. Next Tuesday, I think he says. But the idea is that this is the kind of American everyman eating, gorging on the kind of prosperity of American material success. But I love this burger, D. In fact, in my garage here, I have, obviously Mrs. A won't let me put these up in the actual house, but on the wall I've got various different prints of cheeseburgers and bits of Americana here. I love this sort of Americana. I absolutely love it. So when I say I want America to be destroyed, it's coming from a place of love, not of hate. I have a love-hate thing with it. I can see its ultimate shallow emptiness and anti-humanity, but I also, as you know, kind of love it at the same time. I'm in love with the decay of it. So yes.
The derelict again, yeah.
Yeah, but also I'd love to go back to the 50s and try a burger from there. I bet they were nicer than the burgers we have now.
Oh yeah, I remember your McDonald's advert stream with Pharaoh, and some of those look quite appealing.
Let's carry on.
Yep.
This is a Puma Trainer.
Yep. So again, another callback to the kind of Warhol's beginning in New York with his commercial career and his fascination with shoes. If you remember, one of his sort of bits of fame as an illustrator was doing drawings of shoes for various firms in New York. So, this is a kind of return to that, except a return, as we've seen so many times, a return to a degraded, kind of deracinated, dissolving manifestation of it. I mean, these, as I said, these are very, whereas the ads from the ad portfolio are quite high quality and famous and glossy and beautiful, these are quite low and rough.
Do you think there was something a little bit Puma giving the the footwear choice of the jogger and calling it Invader? Do you think there was anything in that?
I don't know. I don't know if that meme had come about in the 80s yet.
Of course, in that era, it was all about my Adidas, wasn't it? The joggers, they liked the Adidas.
All right, go. You want to go?
They're Beetle boots. Yeah.
So as I said, I mean, these are sort of very low, end adverts. I mean, they're both kind of physically, visually rough, but also, it's exhausted. I mean, this is the mid 1980s. Beetle boots. I mean, this is from some desiccated past. Where of something that was extraordinarily popular and famous and designed to kind of cash in on Beatlemania, but yet that was all gone. That was all something in the past. Now it's this negative image. It's this it's almost visually decayed looking image.
Do you know what idea I've always loved? Which is the middle-aged man who has been trapped in a particular period of fashion. So I can imagine in the 80s there were still guys going around in puberty. Like there was still. Do you know what I mean? You do see people who are trapped in a particular moment of they never get beyond it. I bet you there's some lad in Norwich who's still wearing like Ben Sherman shirts and fucking Dockers, trapped in the kind of mid 90s, you know.
I still have my Dr. Martens boots from the 80s.
There's somebody who I remember I used to work with a guy, and this was kind of in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and he still wore like the Oasis Park jacket, like he was just still mad for it, you know, even though we were a good 15 years past the peak of that sort of fashion, and but he was just trapped in Britpop as a kind of aesthetic, you know. So, they mentioned Happy Day. Look at the Fonz. I mean...
Yes, exactly. I mean, also, yes, in the 80s there was this weird 1950s revival. So, I mean, beginning with, of course, there was the famous Memphis design group, which came out of Italy, which had extraordinarily influence on the kind of what we think of as the color palette of a part of the 1980s, the kind of pastels and big kind of oversized classical forms and patterning and such. But there was a weird kind of strain of 50s nostalgia all through the 80s, just as there was a 60s nostalgia in the 90s, you know. Yeah. Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, D? Sorry.
Yep.
In a weird way, I picked up 50s nostalgia secondhand residually through watching 80s movies. You catch it like in Big, you know, starring Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
You know, there's that kind of college thing, and they go to the fair, and it's all very 1950s aesthetic. All of those films, like Stand By Me, a bit of it, Back to the Future.
Yeah. I mean, he literally goes back to the 1950s.
But it's everywhere in those 80s movies. And then something weird happens in the 90s and beyond, where the 1950s starts to be vilified in the kind of SJW fashion. So in the 80s, there's this little moment where it's glorified as a nostalgia. And then by the time you get to all of those films that Devon Stack critiques, the 1950s is then being vilified by, I guess, I don't know, boomers. I don't know. So it's. I mean, I'm guessing that. What year was Warhol born in? Himself?
Warhol was born in 1928.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that he would have had some fond memories of that period, because in a way he is tapping into a bit of that kind of nostalgic spirit of that era in his recent works here.
Yeah. Absolutely, and yes, of course. I mean, you know, certainly the 1930s, the 1940s, and to some degree the 1950s were, you know, really the wellspring where a lot of his kind of aesthetic inspiration came from. So
let's carry on. They still, that 50s nostalgia is still there in America, though. Although now it's the ashes of that nostalgia. But I remember when I did Route 66, it was everywhere, for example.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
More shoes.
More shoes. Yeah. I mean, and you know, as I said, I mean, these are very lowbrow ads. These are not the glossy adverts. You know, that we saw celebrated in the ads portfolio, and also, you know, they're literally disintegrating. Half the characters are missing. You know, they're not even communicating with language anymore. You know, it's just this basically the barest kind of shred of referent left. And I think that's a thread that runs through all these works and through the later works we'll see as well.
I'm getting flashbacks, D, personal flashbacks to. Do you remember when I wanted to disprove Lord Keynes on some obscure point or whatever it was, and I went back to those bloody catalogs looking for actual shoe prices? Do you remember? Because I wanted to prove the real price of shoes actually hadn't benefited from Keynes in it or something.
Dear.
Yeah.
I tend to ignore all exchanges with Lord Keynes. I've always stepped over. All right.
Yeah. Boots.
Paratroopers, military boots. Yeah. We go to the next one. So there's a whole series of these, and as with so many of other Warhol's series, there are different sizes of these. There are very large versions of some of these paintings, and there are also very small ones, 8 inches by 10 inches, 12 inches by 16. Very, very small ones, very large ones. So these same themes kind of appeared, and bits and pieces of these same adverts appeared again and again. I mean, again, here it's like we were talking about with the Campbell soup. At what point was a living chicken actually a part of it? I mean, at what point was this illustration of steaks? At what point did it have any reference at all to kind of something nutritious and delicious and nourishing? It's drained of color. It's drained of almost all reference. It's given a price. It's given a little explosion at the bottom, but we're not even given the context of what that is meant to tell us.
Good price though, 99 cents. Although if we had the date, it'd be easier to work out to adjust it for inflation.
1985. There you go.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that that picture was Warhol took that from somewhere.
But yes,
else.
who knows when that was actually you're right, when the reference was actually from. So
yeah,
art.
Yeah. Low rates, cap payments, 48-hour service. Is that a key cutter service?
I don't even know. I mean, again, it's so far removed that who knows what it was? Could have been a locksmith. Could have been anything.
I think 48 hours for a key is quite slow. So
that's a long time for yeah.
You know, I was locked out of my flat once. Not where I live at the moment. My previous address. When there was a flood, and I was locked out. I was locked in. The outside key had come off, and I had to get a locksmith out that day to let me out, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get to work. And they charged me a fortune.
Oh yes,
an absolute fortune. Like I made like 200 quid or something like that.
Yeah. It's hundreds of pounds. Yeah, and they can do it.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Somebody wants to buy your apartment building.
There's something. So for me, like, there's something quite menacing about these. Even though they're ostensibly these kind of who knows, cheap adverts for real estate or whatever. But I mean, there's just, again, somebody wants to buy your apartment building, and of course the kind of positive and negative, the starkness of the way they're done, there's almost an implied threat to all of these, whether it's the art one or the shoes or the steak. And this is a very strange thing to bubble up in Warhol's work at the time.
I think people could repurpose this and meme it with a picture of William Fence on it. Somebody wants to buy your apartment building, William Fence.
All right.
Stress. Cures for modern anxiety, I think it is.
Yeah. Stress.
Price war up 60%. I quite like this series,
Yes.
Outlays. $695.30.
It's probably millions of billions, because I think it's Reagan budget, if you can see.
Reagan budget. There we go.
And I believe
Deficit.
that's his.
He was obsessed with this. This is the second time he's brought this up.
Yeah, these, as I said, these images appear in a number of different works.
Top of soul stats. I mean, it is true though that Reagan ran a deficit, despite all his kind of economic talk. He ran a deficit.
Yep. Milton Friedman leading him astray. I don't know.
No, I've got a book by Milton Friedman where he's absolutely seething because basically Reagan didn't he cut taxes, but he didn't cut any spending essentially.
Okay, so, didn't Milton Friedman famously work for the Reagan administration?
Yeah, but he's got this book that I have here where he says like, "Fucking hell, now I'm there, I can't change anything." Like he was there advising, and he's like, "Yeah, basically Washington won't do anything." So he was successful in. So he got the monetarism part, the money supply bit, and he got the tax cuts, which is the Laffer curve and all that stuff. What he didn't get is the cuts in welfare spending. They wouldn't do it. So he has this idea of the iron triangle of oligarchy, he calls it, in this book. He writes it's a follow-up to Free to Choose called I don't remember what it's called now. But yeah, he's bitter. He writes it with his wife. And he brought it out in 1983, which shows you how early it was in the Reagan era.
Very early on.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, in fairness to the Chicago school economists who carry the can a lot for a lot of stuff, in a way they take the rap for things that they didn't really do because the Reagan administration was not as radical as it. And the same goes for Thatcher, by the way. Thatcher failed to cut any part of the welfare state, really. She privatized a lot of stuff kind of in a fudgy manner, cut taxes, but she didn't really cut down the size of the state, if that makes any sense. So, yeah. There's the USSR.
Yeah, so as you see, this is missile bases, ICBM. I was assuming locations, or at least purported locations of ICBM installations.
Yeah, I mean, people of this era were obsessed with the prospect of nuclear war, weren't they? There was a lot of nuclear war horror,
Yes,
for the entirety of the Cold War, really. Were you young enough to have those like bomb drills that they used to do? Like,
oh yes.
I was a bit too young to experience that. I did watch Watership Down though. Airborne, we kill for peace. It's quite good. That's quite very menacing.
Yes, I believe that's I think this is a tattoo or a patch. I think the Airborne is a American, related to the American military. I think the 101st Airborne.
Tattoos. Has he got one of them?
No. I don't think they're associated with Marine Corps. I don't know.
What's that? China.
China.
Over 40. How can you go from this to this? Oh my god. This series is quite good, This is some strong work. This is some strong work from Warhol, I feel. Self-defense secrets revealed. Protect yourself from mugging, robbery, hoodlums. Win any fight. Learning these easy rules. So there we go. Dark.
Yes.
Very dark. Be somebody with a body. Have you sent these to Bronze Age pervert?
So Warhol did. He had a personal trainer, and he did work out and lifted weights. I think, as we've mentioned. So.
But he was always a very skinny character.
Well, always a very skinny fellow, but certainly he was concerned about his health and did try to bulk up at one point. But again, all of these are kind of as so many adverts do, they're kind of poking at you from all directions. Are you afraid of the Cold War? Are you afraid of aging? Are you ashamed of your physique? Are you not? Don't you know how to defend yourself? Are you getting the best price for your apartment building? What about the budget? What about spending? What about Reagan? It's like again this relentless assault. Which is it's very interesting coming from Warhol, who of course was involved in the advertising industry and was very much kind of in a way glamorized it, kind of looking at its terrible underbelly at this late stage in his career.
Yeah, there is something sinister about these.
Yeah,
energy, power. There they are. Look, that they hold us in the palm of their hands, D.
Yeah.
Are you different? That's
So
very good.
Yeah. So but again, so what we're seeing here, this progression, is that amidst this assault and the menace and dread of these, something else starts to creep into Warhol's work in these and other pieces, as you'll see. We go to the next one.
The mark of the beast. Okay. Repent and sin no more. Ah, there's Jesus. Look. Now, it is. Is that a price that's next to the? What is that?
It's an advert for a Christ a Christ nightlight.
It literally is a flesh-colored
Christ that glows in the dark. Yes.
Easy to see without looking too far.
So I think that what you see coming into Warhol's work in this period, in the mid-'80s, is what is there to counter this sense of dread, this existential doom that I think haunted his oeuvre for his entire career? What was the solution? Where could you go in the desolate wasteland of America, in the 1980s, in the midst of all this commercialization and fame and vacuous emptiness? What is the refuge? What is the salvation? And I think for Warhol, even though he, of course, lived at various periods an extraordinarily degenerate, destructive life, I think that he began to kind of look back to the rock of strength that he had since his childhood, which was his mother, but also so important to his mother was his inculcation into faith, into attending the Catholic Church, which he did throughout his entire life. I mean, I think one of the strangest paradoxes of Andy Warhol is that while you see all this other stuff going on with the drugs and the superstars and the sex and the adverts and the money, is that he attended church sometimes daily. He would sometimes go to mass at his local church, St. Vincent Ferrer, every single day, and certainly every Sunday, throughout his entire life, and of course increasing in this later part of his life. And so I think that, he had all along the kind of solution. He had I was mentioned, he had that sort of metaphor about grasping at a piece of wood to save yourself from drowning. He had the life preserver right there. And I think that he started to realize that, I mean, part of these things is not only you're going to die, but now you have this concern echoed in these terrible low quality adverts and these, bits and pieces of religious tracts and adverts for nightlights. But you have this sense that there is something worse than dying, and that's your eternal salvation. and that he already had the answer for him, which was to find refuge in Christ and in the Catholic Church, which he had there for him ever since he was a boy. And we'll see that going on.
Yeah, I mean, do you think in these ones that we're looking at that something of the tackiness of America, though, is rubbing up against, like, this is faith, but it's still being done in a kind of pretty American capitalist way, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think to a degree, but again, there's still within that, we talked about, finding this shred of authenticity amongst the ruins, but I mean, I think that, even in this, the ashes of the ashes, even the tackiest flesh-colored Christ that glows in the dark, it's still Christ, it's still a light in the darkness. As tacky as the idea of a nightlight is, it's still metaphorically the light in the dark. And if that is your pathway out of hell, then you're going to take it.
So you're suggesting that it cannot empty it of meaning even if it wants to.
Yes, I think there are some things that cannot be emptied of meaning, even if something as powerful as modernity tries to do it. In the end, it can't, and I think I mean, even in a larger sense, even apart from religion, people, there are things that abide, love, the need for companionship, the need for family, the need for belonging. Even in the tawdriest places, people will search for these things. These are eternal truths. These are eternal longings of the human heart and the human soul. And no matter how terrible things get, we still look for them. We still search for them. And I think recognizing these things and throwing off all the shackles and all the detritus that's landed on top of us and burrowing our way out is what we've been talking about in our circles for so long.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the mark of the beast before we get off this little stretch here?
So this is probably from a religious tract. I would say it might be a Jack Chick tract, but I don't know. Jack Chick was a famous producer of kind of religious sort of illustrated religious tracts in the 70s, 80s, 90s. So it may be one of those, but of course it's a reference to the mark of the beast, which is something from Revelation. In the Bible, which you did those two streams, I'm sure the mark of the beast came up. Revelation says that everyone will be forced to take this mark, and of course we're living in a society, where all of these, in Warhol's time, this tawdry tract that said "Beware of the mark of the beast." Well, it's lunacy, it's conspiracy theory. Now we're being told that we cannot transact business, we cannot buy food, we cannot have a job unless we take the mark, unless we take the vaccine. It's very strange how all these things that first present themselves as fictions are now kind of it's just laughing in our faces as how it's all come to pass.
So here's another hamburger.
Yeah, so this is actually a hand painted one. This is a massive painting. This is like 8 foot long. But again, that same advert, that same a degraded, sort of ink clogged, dripping away. That same hamburger. This nutrition, this was once a bit of living flesh, and this is going to sustain you. There's something quite terrifying about this. And this marks, of course, as I said, this return to hand painting, and also the kind of Warhol on a massive scale. I mean, some of these paintings are absolutely huge. This picturing, I feel like I'm not giving facts and figures. That painting is 295 by 457 centimeters. So they're absolutely huge pictures in this period. And of course, what was the other specter haunting the Warhol's world, and certainly the world of the 1980s, was, of course, AIDS. And something which Warhol was absolutely terrified of. I mean, even though he was not an active participant in any sort of sexual activity that would have put him at risk for it, but he was absolutely mortified by it. And of course, it came close to him. People that he knew, some of his associates, some of his employees, and some people very close to him fell victim to this. And as we'll see. You want to take a stab at it, or you want me to do it?
No, I can. So February the 4th, 1984, did a personal errand with John, but he made me a promise not to put anything personal about him in the diary. John Gould was admitted to New York Hospital with pneumonia, February the 4th, 1984. Released February the 22nd. He was readmitted the next day, however, released again on March the 7th. On that day, Andy instructed his housekeeper, Nena and Aurora, from now on, wash John's dishes and clothes separate from mine. So there we go.
So John Gould is I would say the last great love of Warhol's life. This is I remember, if you remember me talking about him, this is the person that Warhol decided to try to force him to kind of, quote, fall in love with him. You know,
yeah.
He was determined to make this relationship, and in a way he did. I mean, so for a period of over a year, John Gould actually lived in a room on the 4th floor of Warhol's townhouse. Their relationship, of course, was not sexual, but Warhol was nevertheless entirely in love with him. But as with all of Warhol's forays into that sort of into the realm of romance and interpersonal relationship, it was a complete disaster. So of course, Warhol's other friends questioned the motivations of this guy. I mean, he wasn't like he needed the money, because this guy was a vice president at Paramount Pictures.
Right.
So he was not with Warhol for the money. It's a very interesting relationship. But Warhol, aside from the image of him as the cold, unfeeling automaton, he clearly had great feelings for this fellow. But as you see, getting pneumonia in the mid 1980s, especially for someone like this in that community, was a bad sign.
Do you think Warhol was of the personality type that would anti-back shopping in the pandemic? I think he would have.
He may have. Yes, he was deathly afraid of hospitals. Basically, after being shot and almost dying, he would not visit a hospital unless it was absolutely dire circumstances. So I think in the late 70s, he had a scare where he had a lump on his neck, and his doctors suspected that it may be a malignancy. And so he had to go to have a biopsy at a hospital, and it was a major trauma for him. It's never mentioned in the diary because, of course, the diary, Warhol avoids a lot of the kind of things that he's most afraid of, the things that are most kind of effective to him. He avoids talking about them. Although Pat Hackett, the editor to whom Warhol dictated the diary, she has notes like this note about John Gould going to the hospital. That's a note from her. Warhol wouldn't write those things. But yes, he was deathly afraid of hospitals and getting sick. So probably would have. If you want to go ahead.
That's him, right?
That's John Gould. Yeah, this is John Gould, this character we're talking about.
Nice horse.
So they had a very odd relationship, but again, it clearly meant a lot to Warhol.
He must have been about 20 years Warhol's junior.
Yeah, I think he was in his early 30s, and Warhol was probably about 50, 52, 54 when they met. So
okay.
Yeah. Warhol gave his friends and people he loved, he would frequently give them art as a gift. I think one of the most poignant things about this relationship with Gould is that all of this art that he gave to Gould turned up about 5 or 6 years ago in an attic in Massachusetts, and of course was auctioned for huge amounts of money. But these are two small paintings that Warhol gave him, Diamond Dust Hearts, and if you go to the next slide, these are the backs of the canvases and the inscriptions, and as you can see, Warhol wrote "I love you," which is not something one expects from a character like Warhol. So
so you must have liked him a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, things didn't work out, and he moved out and moved back to Los Angeles, and basically dropped Warhol. He would come to New York and didn't even call Warhol and tell him he was there.
Right. Yeah.
And so if you go to the next.
Anne Magnuson was there. So this is September the 21st, 86. Anne Magnuson was there, and I like her. Nobody's talking about her in the movies yet. I guess they're waiting to see reactions. Susan Pyle called and said that she got a job at 20th Century Fox that starts in October, so she's leaving Paramount. The diary can write itself on the other news from LA, which I don't want to talk about. And there's a note that says John Gould died September the 18th, 33, after an extended illness. He was down to 70 pounds and he was blind. He denied even to close friends that he had AIDS. I mean, pretty clearly he had AIDS, right?
Yes. I mean, so this Gould character, didn't even acknowledge that he was homosexual. So, but yes, he moved out and then eventually died of AIDS. And and Warhol's, his reaction, of course, in these situations, the most traumatic situations, was to just cut it off from his mind. Didn't mention it. Didn't mention John ever again. But clearly, this was his last foray into romantic and his last great love, and it all came to naught. So I wanted to put this series. It's quite interesting and quite off the beaten track. Warhol took lots of photographs, enormous number of photographs. I mean, his work was based upon Polaroid photographs, many of them, certainly the portraits. But he also took just lots of incidental photographs in his travels, in his daily walks about New York, of people he knew at parties, at nightclubs, and all that. And he would occasionally print them up. So he started this series in the sort of mid 80s, where he would actually have multiple prints made of his photographs, and then he would have them sewn together, like stitched together with thread. It's very difficult to see in these reproductions, but you can sort of in some of them see the loose threads hanging. And it's a strange kind of takeoff of this idea of Warhol, this serial work and serial imagery that Warhol did, and sort of bringing it into the realm of photography, and quite clever. I threw that one in for you, eh?
I'm trying to figure out who that is now.
Yeah, I didn't know if it would be someone identifiable or not. There's no information in the.
Interesting. I want to say the guy with his backside to us is the Sheik, but I could be wrong about that. The guy at the front, who is? I think that's one of the Moon Dogs. If I was to guess, That's like Moondog Rex or somebody like that. And the guy with his backside to us, that's Madison Square Garden, so it has to be a New York wrestler. So it can't be the Sheik because he was blacklisted in New York. I will have to figure out who that is. It's a Texan though, because he's got a horseshoe. Must have been yeah. Okay, I'll if you gave me long enough, I'd be able to figure out who that was. But
okay, I'll later on. I'll send you the high res image. It might help you.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It was probably some big lump who went up there, like Swede Hansen or someone like that. I'd imagine, but if you gave me long enough, D, I'd even be able to identify the date of this match. That's how sad I am.
You're like the Rain Man of WWE.
Yeah, there's definitely a Madison Square Garden date, and I'm pretty sure that wrestler was one of the Moondogs. Anyway, let's carry on. Skeleton. So these are just like out and about in New York, basically.
Well, all over the place. I mean, these are basically just photographs Warhol took, and they're I think they're generally 8x10 gelatin silver prints. He sort of had someone on retainer to do to develop his film, do contact sheets and print. So, all right, you want to have a go at this? This incident I put in there because it kind of points to that Warhol being, of course, increasingly famous. He said that after he was on the Love Boat, that people recognized him everywhere he went, and he said it was actually a bit scary. So, of course, he was a very public figure and certainly famous at this time. And this is someone who was almost killed by being shot by a deranged person. So there was always a kind of menace, a slight danger of menace of him out and about. Can you get through this, or you want me to do it?
Yeah, let me have a look. So October the 30th, 1985. I guess I can't talk about it any longer. Note, for days, Andy postponed giving the diary's account of this day. Finally, on November the 2nd, he did it. Okay, let's get it over with. Wednesday, the day my biggest nightmare came true. The day started with Benjamin not picking me up. Phone, $2. Magazines, $2. I didn't go to the Matsuda fashion show. I'm just going to talk through this quickly because otherwise I can't face it. Nobody from the office would go with me to the Rizzoli bookstore in Soho, but Rupert's old assistant, Bernard, had stopped by. Yeah, Bernard had stopped by to visit, and he said he would. Rupert dropped us off. The store is long, and the signing was on the second floor in the balcony. I had been signing America books for an hour or so when this girl in line handed me hers to sign, and then she did. She did what she did. The diary can write itself here. She pulled Andy's wig off, threw it over the balcony to a male who ran out of the store with it. Bernard held a female while the store called the police, but Andy declined to press charges. The staff at Rizzoli asked him if he'd like to stay, but there were people with books still waiting to be. So he said no, that he would finish. The Calvin Klein coat he was wearing had a hood, so he pulled it up over his head and kept signing it. If he had pressed charges, what would the charge have been? You can't be arrested for pulling someone's wig off.
Well, I think that could count as battery. Yes, I think that, and of course you have to realize that the wig wasn't just placed on his head; he actually attached them with adhesive tape. I mean, this would have been physically painful for someone to pull the wig off. They weren't just sitting up there. Go to the next one. There's a continuation of this, but I put this next picture in there just to. So these are three. So one of the items that the Warhol Museum has a hell of a lot of is Andy's wigs, and they display them like they're like triffids. They're like horrifying little creatures. But yeah, this is actually I believe at the Warhol Museum or perhaps part of a traveling exhibition. But yeah, there's lots of Warhol wigs about.
Okay.
So if you go to the next one, there's the continuation of that the wig incident.
I don't know what held me back from pushing her over the balcony. She was so pretty and well dressed. I guess I called her a bitch or something and asked how she could do it, but it's okay. I don't care. If a picture gets published, it does. There were so many people with cameras. Maybe it'll be the cover of Details. I don't know. If I would have hit the girl or something, then I would have been wrong and there would have been lawsuits and everything. It's getting violent out there again, like the 60s. I usually stand up at those things, but there I was sitting down and people were above me and the setup was all wrong. And I was so worn out and hating Craig Nelson and I wasn't fast enough and it just happened so fast. And Bernard was really sweet. But you know, you're in this place and everybody's being so nice and you don't think anything will happen. She was really pretty, a nice looking, well dressed girl. And they had her cornered for a while and then they let her go. It was too unusual. I guess these people had gone around telling everybody that they were going to do it because a lot of people later said they'd heard things. It was so shocking. It hurt physically. And it hurt that nobody had warned me. And I had just gotten another magic crystal. Oh, yeah, the crystals. I forgot about that.
The crystals, yes.
which is supposed to protect me and keep things like this from happening. So I was too nerve-wracked. It was like in a movie. I signed for 1.5 hours more, I guess, pretending that it didn't mean anything. And eventually it doesn't. You have to live with it. It was like getting shot again. It wasn't really, yeah. It was just a comedian there pleasing people. And it was too close to Halloween. Then Bernard dropped me and I gave him $10. And I got home and had 2 English muffins with margarine, which isn't so good, and garlic, and 2 cups of tea and carrot juice. And I tried the Campbell's dry soup. It was good. And no accessories in it. Is this the saddest moment of his life? Sitting there, no wig, bald, trying to eat some dry Campbell's soup.
Dry soup. And he liked it. And margarine on an English muffin.
Why the garlic? It's so incongruous to me.
Oh, he ate garlic. He was very much into health and macrobiotics at the time, so he ate lots of raw veg and garlic and things like that, which I endorse. I eat lots of garlic. So.
But you must stink of raw garlic, surely.
Yeah.
Anyway, then PH called to see what time I was leaving for Washington in the morning, but I got off the phone fast. I didn't tell her what happened because I couldn't face it. She found out, though, I guess, because she called back an hour later and told me she was proud of me and that I was a great man and laughs. That sure was a first. So that's that. And now I never have to talk about it again. He put off talking about it for days because he was so traumatized at losing his wig.
Yeah,
I would love an Andy Warhol movie where this is a scene. Because it reminds me of you ever seen that film Sideways, where he's sitting having the bloody wine in the in the Burger King?
I've not seen it.
There's a very sad moment at the end of that movie, but yes. Okay, so we're back to artwork.
Yes. Also, I've always wondered what happened to that wig. Like, what did they do with it? Where is it now? Where did it go? And also, I have, of course, for years, I've got lots and lots of material about Warhol. I have all the books. I've got lots and lots of material, thousands of images, and I have never seen a picture of Warhol without his wig, other than when he was young. And as far as I know, that there is no such photograph that exists.
Now, D, do you remember we were looking at that picture of the wrestler?
Yeah.
I have an idea of what that match was. Because Andy Warhol was at Madison Square Garden for an event called The War to Settle the Score in 1985. This is where he would have met Hulk Hogan and Mean Gene Okerlund, right?
Oh, that's where that clip was. Okay.
Yeah, and well, I'm guessing that was why he was there for the wrestling, right? I'm guessing that Andy Warhol didn't typically go and watch wrestling at Madison Square Garden. They happened to have taken that picture while he was there for that appearance that he had. And the first match on that card was Moondog Spot, so not Moondog Rex, but Moondog Spot, versus Rick McGraw in a 15-minute time limit draw. And if I had to guess, that photo was Moondog Spot versus Rick McGraw from February the 18th, 1985. Let's see if I was right. But anyway, carry on. Talk about
Amazing.
this.
I mean, and you have just expanded the realm of Warhol scholarship, because there was no attribution on that photograph as to who the subjects were or when it was taken.
Well, there we go. There's my original contribution to. I'm just going to see if I can verify that Rick McGraw wore the horseshoe on the back of his trunks. Anyway, carry on.
All right. So this is a body of work that he started to produce in 1985 and 86, called the Camouflage. And so it's basically a camouflage pattern that he drew. And this goes along, if you remember from a couple of streams back, I talked about this, that he had these sort of two bodies of work, this body of representational work, images that we all recognize. And then he also had this kind of concurrent body of abstract work and almost expressionist work and pure kind of formalism. And I would say that the Camouflage pictures are kind of part of that. I mean, it's like so many of his things. It's almost, there's a bridge between kind of reference and abstraction. So I mean, it's something we all know what it is. It's camouflage. It's a pattern that we're familiar with. And yet, in the context of kind of art and painting, it becomes like a kind of weird pseudo Jackson Pollock. I mean, it's again a sort of perfect postmodern deconstruction of this idea of kind of abstract expressionism and Pollock and sort of spontaneous emotional painting. Where it's actually just literally a replicable pattern. And also, of course, that camouflage is meant to hide. It's meant to hide people and hide things. And I think that coming in Warhol's career, when these paintings did, I think there's something very poignant about that. And as we'll see in some of these last works, that idea of hiding and disappearing into the surroundings, as he did so well, that he was both stuck out like a sore thumb and also just dissolved into the background. Just as this Camouflage, of course, would never hide anyone. I don't know what environment pink and blue and red and white Camouflage would hide you, but so there's all these kind of wonderful threads of kind of, usefulness and uselessness and concealment and revealing.
It might hide you on the set of Pink Flamingo, maybe. Or,
maybe. And again, in keeping with so many of the Warhol works in this period, some of these are absolutely massive works. So you've skipped ahead. This is the print portfolio. So as with all his other kind of large bodies of works, he produced a portfolio of limited edition prints of the Camouflage prints. I quite like these. And if you remember, when you commented on the dress that Debbie Harry was wearing in that clip, it was the top right Camouflage. That fabric had Warhol's Camouflage pattern on it. So someone's a very good shot from Rich T. It does look a bit like Dazzle Camouflage. If you've seen that, certainly from World War II, you see ships and aeroplanes with that very particular kind of camouflage on it. Yeah, that's a very good reference that I didn't think about. What have you found, AA?
Well, I was just trying to verify if it really was Rick McGraw. I cannot find him wearing that kind of horseshoe trunks, but judging by his backside here, let me just show you.
Judging by his backside.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Just look at his backside. Here he is against Roddy Piper in February.
Oh yes,
1980. That is the same man, I would suggest.
Yeah, you're not gonna forget an ass that big coming at you.
I think it's him. I think it's the same guy. So it's Moondog Spot versus Rick McGraw. So there we go. Sorry, I just wanted to verify that. So, okay, let us carry on.
Yeah.
So we're back to the camouflages. Yeah.
So we're moving into. So these are works from 1986.
Oh God, I've had the not responding. Bloody hell!
Oh no! Oh, I didn't said the rosary today. What?
Hold on. I've just got not responding, so either it's going to crash or it'll eventually open. We're going to have to carry on talking about camouflages.
Just for the taste of it, Diet Coke. I can always read a random diary excerpt to pass the time.
I may have to disappear a minute because it's not responding. Bloody hell!
Okay.
Right, I'll be back in a minute.
All right. It's all the looking at wrestlers' asses. That's what happened. Okay. Well, whilst we're waiting, I will pull up a random excerpt from the diary and read it. Wednesday, January 14th, 1987. Just interrupt me, AA, if it
I'm
works.
back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, is it working?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Whew.
Okay, there's Lady Liberty.
Yeah, so this is 1986, and don't go to the next one yet. But this is 1986, and he was commissioned to do an exhibition of portraits of the Statue of Liberty, because of course 86 was the 100th anniversary of the building and gifting of the statue from France to the US, and I believe this was a French gallery that had commissioned these works. But this is very interesting to me in light of recent comments from, I believe, Morgoth. So Warhol, as we've seen in so many of the works that he did, he's not going to do it the way that you expect him to do it. So I'm going to do paintings based on the Statue of Liberty. He's not just going to take a picture of the Statue of Liberty. And so if you notice on the bottom left of this painting, you can see there's a logo.
Yes.
Le Bon Biscuit Fabi. So if you go to the next slide, the source for these paintings was literal biscuit tin nationalism.
Yeah, the biscuit tin traditionalism. Biscuit tin.
Yeah, these were the source image for these Statue of Liberty pictures was a French biscuit tin. So there you go. And there's something wonderful about that.
What was Morgoth's comment? Sorry.
I think Morgoth coined that phrase, biscuit tin nationalism.
No.
Was that not Morgoth?
Morgoth coined bulldog nationalism or Spitfire nationalism, and then I riffed on it with biscuit tin traditionalism.
Okay. All right. When I was putting these together, I was like, oh yeah, the literal biscuit tin nationalism there. All right, and so there's quite a lot of these pictures as well. But here we see the kind of, as happened so much in these late works, the kind of cross-pollination of one to the other. So you'll like you notice that outline of Reagan, the Reagan budget had appeared in other paintings, and so of course the camouflage starts to come into other works.
I hadn't appreciated this before, but she's got quite the schnoz on her, old Lady Liberty, doesn't she?
Yeah, she certainly does. She's got a quite, I would say, quite a Roman face. Yeah.
Yes.
Can't remember the name of the model for it.
Wasn't it Eiffel?
All right.
Again, wasn't it the same guy who did the Eiffel Tower did Statue of Liberty?
No, Gustav Eiffel designed the interior, the structure on the inside of the statue. He designed the armature for the statue, but he didn't do the actual statue. That was I can't remember who sculpted it, but yes, Eiffel did design the supporting armature inside. So 1986, Warhol returned to self-portraiture, and I believe that these were commissioned by Anthony D'Offay, who's the British gallerist. And as we know, that Warhol, quite famously in the early 1960s, some of his sort of groundbreaking work was in self-portraiture, and so he was commissioned to do another series of self-portraits in the 80s, and so he decided to do these, and these are often called the fright wig self-portraits, and so he had a very extreme version of his wig, which of course he was kind of wearing normally. His look got much more exaggerated in the later 80s, and I think that these are some of his most sort of terrifying and most honest works, because of course here we see him not the kind of fresh-faced, cool artist wearing sunglasses that he was in the early 1960s self-portraits. I mean, here we see him as the gaunt, skeletal, sort of kind of ghostly figure that he had started to become at the end of his life. And of course he did them quite mercilessly with a very strong flash, kind of blasting away, creating all the very strong highlights. They're sort of brutal, in that we think of his portraits, his commissioned portraits, as being the kind of height of flattery. I mean, he would change your nose, he would change the shape of your face, he would choose the colors that you liked. But then when dealing with himself, he was brutally honest with these. So if you want to go ahead.
Yeah.
And these, as with so many of these late works, some of these are absolutely massive. 80. Most of them are 80 by 80 inches. So
do they go for a lot of money now?
Oh yes. These are very, very highly desirable works. There aren't that many of them. Again, because there are small ones. He did make small ones, but most of them are quite large. And when the problem with talking about art on the internet and on a stream and sort of putting reproductions of art is on Twitter and things like that, is that you don't get the sense of scale. You don't get the kind of interrelationship between your body and the picture or the sculpture, which is a huge part of the kind of impact of these things. Never think just because you've seen these little pictures on the internet that you have any idea what a painting actually looks like. I mean, always try to see it in person if you can, because it is the kind of interaction between your body and the physical work that is so much a part of the experience of seeing it, and none of these little pictures we look at here can really give the kind of impression that these works have. This giant glowering head, filling up your entire field of vision in these quite shocking colors. They have an extraordinary impact that I don't think really comes through looking at reproductions.
Do they fetch a lot of money?
Yeah. Oh, huge amounts. We'll see at the end of the stream. I've got a thing about that.
Yeah.
But the British avant-garde filmmaker Derek Jarman once wrote that these self-portraits were as if God's flashbulb had just gone off in Warhol's face, and I think there's some truth to that. I mean, this is these are almost a memento mori. These are Warhol as a death's head, and you see him here, you can get a sense of how large some of them are, and there's even larger ones than this. And also, I think the combination of the camouflage and the self-portraits is also quite telling. You know, hiding in plain sight. There's a comment Warhol said about how good that he really liked these. He was very happy about these, and he said he would have loved the show if they hadn't have been paintings of him. He said he wasn't able to fully like them because, of course, you know, as I said, they're quite brutal.
Yeah. Okay. Let's carry on. This is quite a good series. He's had some good stuff in this late.
Yeah, the late period, which again at the time was not terribly well regarded. Most of the works we looked at today were kind of glossed over until after Warhol's death, and there's been a major reassessment of his late work. So here we have, I would say, Warhol's last great subject, and for me, it is this moment, this foray into this last body of work that I think is the kind of almost apotheosis of Warhol's work, almost where his career was leading to, and he'd finally brought these various threads together with this body of work. This is, of course, the Last Supper. And I would say that this is probably one of the most famous paintings of all time.
Yes.
But it's a very interesting case because this painting is famous almost in spite of itself. I chose this reproduction. This is actually a photograph from the 1970s. And it doesn't look so good, does it? Doesn't look like it's in the best shape.
Yeah, the paint is clearly oxidizing, whatever you call it.
Yes. So what happened? I mean, I think the choice of this subject matter is poignant in so many ways. So when Leonardo was, and by the way, one of my pet peeves is, of course, Da Vinci is not his surname. So people saying Da Vinci in the chat, he's Leonardo. He didn't have a surname because he was a bastard. Da Vinci is just where he's from. It was a small village outside of Florence. This painting was commissioned in about 1495, I believe, by Ludovico Sforza, and it was commissioned for what became the refectory of a convent called Santa Maria del Grazie, and Leonardo worked on this painting for about 4 or 5 years. I think it was finished in 1498 or 1499. He had decided to experiment with the medium. So usually when you do, so if you think of the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo, that is a fresco. And so what a fresco is that you lay down plaster, like ceiling plaster. If you think of a builder plastering your walls, you lay down lime plaster, and then you do the painting on the plaster while it's wet, and you can only do small bits at a time. You basically have to do it the day that the plaster's laid down. You put it on with pigments ground in water, and then in the course of a few days, the plaster goes through chemical reactions, which causes the formation of crystal structure, and all the pigment particles get trapped into the matrix that's formed by the crystal structure of the plaster. So it's a quite permanent way of painting, but there's severe limitations on it. You can't really rework it in the way that you can in oil painting, where you can kind of go in and you have quite a long time. The oil paint stays wet for a very long time, and you can kind of fudge it and sort of blot things out and repaint them. And Leonardo, of course, liked to work in oil paint. He didn't use fresco at all. So he decided to paint this picture on the wall with oil, with a kind of hybrid oil medium, rather than to do it as fresco. and it was a completely disastrous decision because of various factors in terms of the thinness of the wall and the way he had painted it, the humidity level, the way the wall was made. Basically, the painting started to fall apart within 20 years of its completion. And over the centuries, it degraded further and further and further. There were many interventions where people would come in to try to restore it. It had shellac put on it. It had been varnished. It had been repainted, almost to the point where I would say that the original painting was completely destroyed. And so this painting exists in this sort of shadow realm where it's so famous and so poignant and such beautiful, masterful composition. And yet it doesn't actually exist. It only exists through kind of copies. You know, the real painting itself is a shadow. And if you've ever seen it, I mean, it's been restored. It was restored the last time between the late 1970s and the late 90s. And you can go and see it, and you'll see what I mean. I mean, it's in really bad shape. So it is a strange subject. And of course, the religious content of it is another matter. You know, it's the moment where Christ reveals his eventual betrayal, you know, to the disciples. So it's a key moment in both art and a key moment in the life of Christ. And Warhol decided upon this as the subject of his last works. So if you want to go to the next slide. But of course, the painting, as I said, it exists as a shadow. I mean, we all know it. We know the composition. We know the figures. We know the faces. We know the beautiful use of the vanishing point. But there isn't an original, really. You know, there are only copies. You know, this painting's fame is only through copies, of course, which is what one of Warhol's major concerns throughout all of his work is this idea of what is real, what is a copy, what is a painting, and what is a reproduction. And so he chose various sources for this, including this was the main source. This little magnified reproduction from a book taped to a piece of cardboard. This was the source which Warhol used for a lot of the imagery in these paintings that you'll see. If you go to the next slide. He also bought several of these sculptures, these sort of three-dimensional sculptural reproductions of the Leonardo composition, and photographed those and to use those as a source as well. So, but again, we see Warhol kind of playing with the idea of what is the original, what is the source of this, you know. Also, how can I kind of manifest it? You know, buying a kind of sculpture like this and then photographing it almost as if you're photographing people. I mean, we look at these pictures of the disciples eating the meal, the last meal with Christ, and it almost kind of recalls all the photographs Warhol took of himself at parties and restaurants and dinners. You know, he's almost kind of transfiguring the mundanity of his life into this sacred subject, but yet doing it through this cheap mass market, almost tawdry reproduction of a great masterpiece which depicts a key moment in the life of Christ.
I kind of like getting the alternative angle shot, the overhead shot of the last second.
I know there's something very odd about it. That, you know, it's almost like he used these sculptures so he could do his own little, film of it. So if you want to go to the next one.
Yeah, there's Jizu.
Yeah, and so there's, as with so many of other Warhol's great subjects, there's an extraordinary exploration, and these images are used and recombined in many, many different ways. The central figure of Christ from the picture. And of course, you know, this is both something very familiar to us, but also completely fictitious. I mean, this is almost a shadow of the figure from that destroyed painting by Leonardo. But to me, it's also kind of pointing to something about the figure of Christ himself. That almost, that he exists outside of physical depiction. That the physical Christ is almost something that's ineffable to us, and that we can only experience through the sacraments. So again, these ideas that ran through all of Warhol's work, I think, are very interesting when applied to ultimately the source of salvation of mankind. Let me go ahead. So you can keep scanning through these, and these are
the camouflage.
The camouflage, which is again extraordinarily poignant kind of moment. This one is called 60 Last Suppers, and it's absolutely massive.
This is a pretty obsessive deconstruction of this, of the Last Supper.
Yes. Yeah, and there are many, many, many versions of these that he did.
Sorry, I just like the callback to the previous series. Be a somebody with a body.
And of course, it's also kind of religiously quite interesting and poignant, because of course the central focus of the Last Supper is Christ offering his body and his blood to the disciples. This is my body.
But also, without getting into too much theology, is this not a shot at Protestants here? Was there not a massive split in the church over exactly this issue? With a body.
Yes,
it's the body of Christ. Damn it, the actual body, not representation, not a symbol. It's the actual body. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, which of course is a very interesting issue brought up in a painting, which of course is a representation. The transubstantiation is something else. But and of Warhol, of course, being an Eastern Rite Catholic, would have been poignantly aware of that.
Can I just say, just glanced at the chat and I saw something extremely postmodern. Somebody saying Leonardo's performance in What's Eating Gilbert Grape is overrated. What a sublimely postmodern comment.
Almost like something. That's almost like something Warhol would have said.
Okay, so there's a. Here we go. Be somebody with a body. Now lay it over the top.
Yep.
That can't be a mistake. That must be getting at the.
Oh yeah, no, he was
transubstantiation is what they call it.
He was certainly knew what he was doing. I also quite like how the actual transposition of the two figures, the bodybuilder is almost kind of staring beatifically at the face of Christ as well. It's very, very interesting things that imagistically happen.
Oh my god. Sorry, it's like we're going to revisit Warhol greatest hits through the Last Supper now. We get the dub and the
and also, I mean, we talked about earlier in the stream. I mean, haunted by the kind of empty husks of modernity. I mean, what are the idols in this case? What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of this stony rubbish? Son of man, you cannot say or guess, for only a heap of broken images. And it's the heap of broken images that Warhol rummaged through for his entire career.
Bloody hell. So there's something about this series that is really cracking me up. It's just the idea. It's the obsessive deconstruction of the same, because we're actually getting to study bits of this painting we never even thought about. Now right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly someone who isn't an artist or art student isn't going to be familiar with, or sort of think about all of the aspects of this picture. But also, I like how even like in this image, of course, you get these recombining. So you get this sort of like reaction of I can't remember if that's St. Peter and the Lesser John, but you get to kind of you get to sort of put their reaction to Christ in a different position than you ordinarily see it in the composition.
Yeah.
And the thing is, of course, being a Catholic, repetition is an integral part of the religion, and not just in Catholicism, and not just even in Christianity. I mean, the repetition of rituals, the repetition of prayers, the repetition of scripture is something intrinsic in so many faiths. And of course, found the natural home in this obsessive, autistic, gaunt artist from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
I like the idea. I like the idea that these are the images repeating in your mind or something, but also, as you experience the world, you also experience like that as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of, he would, if you can imagine him or anybody experiencing their, like, yes, this repeats over and over again, but also like Dove soap or whatever, which will be, I mean, even Holy Lambda also has to like go to the supermarket and buy Dove soap or whatever.
Well, but this is also what our mind does, of course, is we make these associations. I mean, this is what poetry is. I mean, it is the sort of combining of images in a way. And if the human mind, you encounter Dove soap and General Electric every day, and you encounter your Lord and Savior every day if you're a religious person. And so, of course, your mind is going to bring those things together. There's going to be a confluence of those things. You're going to make these associations. And I see some people in the chat giving the typical, oh, this is just pretentious bollocks. This is what human culture is about. It is about talking about ideas, talking about the associations, the meanings, what these works conjure up, what they could possibly mean, what importance they have. If you don't understand, you're watching a show about culture, you're watching a show about the arts, you're watching a deep dive into a cultural issue. If you can't understand the idea of having a serious discussion about art, why are you here?
I mean, my thought is that just this little conversation we've been having about how we're trying to put into words something that is, you'd never get to this idea through philosophy or through art can enter a topic in a different way. And yes. I just think these things that we're looking at here can get you into this strange topic that we've been talking about. I mean, I can't even think of how you'd go about approaching.
How would you do that?
Lambda buying the Dove soap with images of Christ repeating in his head. How do like you wouldn't get there through reading a philosopher. So
no, and this is of course what painting does, what drawing does, what art does. There is an interface with aspects of the spirit and the human experience that of course are beyond language. In the realm of symbols. I mean, this is something that's been talked about in philosophy and religion since time immemorial.
Now, there's this phrase from the Marxist Louis Althusser, where he talks about art, and he says, all of the best art makes the familiar strange to us. And I do think that this is a lot of what Warhol in particular does. He makes the familiar strange.
Yeah.
And then obsessively deconstructs it and looks at it again and looks at it again, so that by the end, it's just a hamburger. But it comes to, and here we're looking at something that we don't even think about. This picture of the Last Supper that we all take for granted, and like you said, that doesn't really exist, but kind of does. And now he's obsessively taking it apart and then putting it in new context, and then and it's like, well, it evokes something that you couldn't get at through reading Schopenhauer or something like that. I mean, I'm not saying don't read Schopenhauer. I'm just saying that there's something that artistic works can do that you just can't get at in a different way. I think T.S. Eliot's got an essay here somewhere where he talks about how the creative mind works, and it's often drawing things from disparate parts of life and putting them in the same place in ways that just wouldn't occur to anyone else.
Right.
And this is we can see Warhol doing that here. So yeah.
Yeah, and strange, of course, is that as I was just quoting, obviously Eliot's Wasteland, which always comes up to me when I'm thinking about certainly Warhol and some of these works. I mean, just thinking about the hamburger. We were talking about how do you find existential dread? How do you find questions about your mortality and safety and bodily integrity in an image of a hamburger? And it's just like in the Wasteland. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. I will show you fear in a hamburger.
But you see, I mean, this is something I've always struggled with art, and maybe this is where you'll one of us will heel turn, as it were. But I have always found stuff like this far more interesting than this totalitarian idea that art can only be standing in front of a figure of beauty in awe. Which is like this. Everyone's saying, "Oh, this is all bollocks. This is all rubbish. This is all," but it's opening something. Like, it's a way into a topic. It's an opening up, a recontextualizing. And to me, I have always had the opposite way around. I struggle to get into this kind of Scrutonian idea of the I'm just going to experience beauty and that's it. I mean, most of the time I've got just nothing to say and I feel nothing. Yep. So, I mean, maybe that's because I'm, dead postmodern man or whatever. But
yes, I mean that's part of it. But I also think, of course, art. Warhol is an artist. I mean, even though he's been gone for 30 years or so, but he is an artist for our time. I mean, he's speaking in a language. He's addressing these ancient questions in a language that we understand, and that is what artists do. Every period of art, that is what artists do. They speak to people, to whoever their audience was. They speak to them in a language of their time to talk about these same ideas, that the same concerns are at play in this and in everything else. Everything else we regard as great art.
I'm not calling anyone out in particular, but this idea that what we're doing is pretentious, I actually think is the opposite. I think a lot of these people have an idea of what art should be in their mind, but in practice they never actually do it. I never see these people talking about David or something, or talking about why certain Renaissance art is so great. It's just a line. It's just an idea of art that they've got, which in itself is pretentious. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. That is the ultimate middle class pretension. I love. Well, back to Eliot. In the room, the women come and go talking of Michelangelo. I mean, it's a perfect middle class conceit. We love the great works of art. These are people who never have any interface with art at all. I know more about the art, the great art of the past than probably any of you, who are calling me out for being a degenerate moderner, for talking about Warhol. I can talk about Fra Angelico, I can talk about Giotto, I can talk about any of these artists all day long. I love them, I live them, and I have my entire life. I just happen to be focusing on Andy Warhol here. But I do think that there is something about Warhol. I mean, one of the reasons I chose him is because I think he is an entryway into a lot of the ideas that we've been talking about. And does it in a way that I think that we can understand, because he is speaking with the language of the ashes,
I think there is a genuine question from the chat, though. which is John's son says, it seems like Warhol is treating the Last Supper the same way he treats hamburgers or shoes or whatever. What is so redemptive about that? What would your answer to that question be?
I think that's a perfectly legitimate question, and certainly that is one way you could view these things. I'm not saying that my interpretation of these works is the way that they're meant to be seen. I mean, Warhol was of course completely silent on what any of this meant. Warhol was free of the modern curse of writing essays about what he was trying to do. But I would say that is a legitimate question. Answer.
Sorry, dear, I don't want to interrupt, but like, to me, I mean, speaking of the idea of, to me, the attempt at some sort of romantic elevation of thinking about Christ, for example, in a way is more, I don't want to say pretentious, but in a way there's something about this that is truer, right? Because if I'm just thinking of myself, and maybe it's because I'm irredeemably a postmodern or whatever, but I would go to church and then like look at a crisp packet on the floor, and I experienced those two things at the same time, or even if you went to the Vatican and happened to have a can of Coke that day or something like that. It's like these things happen all at once. So we do it like, do you understand what I mean? The way we actually experience it is closer to this than it is to this kind of image of like whatever these people are imagining. Does that make sense to you? Like, to me,
yes,
this is more this is less pretentious than the opposite, which is to try to make it into this grand thing, when in reality you would experience it more like that than whatever the romantic image is.
Yeah,
something like that.
And theologically, of course, it's entirely consistent. I mean, Christ is with you in the lowest places as well as in the highest places. Christ is with you every day, every moment of your life, wherever you go. However you may stray, whatever circumstances or what you may find yourself in a pit, in a ditch, dying in the hospital, Christ is with you. And of course, he's going to be with you in modernity as well. I mean, it almost, and that's why I said when we looked at that painting of the nightlight, even in that the most tawdry of circumstances, there is the spirit of Christ there if you want to find him. I mean, in the Last Supper, what is he doing? He is sharing a meal with his disciples. The Son of God is sitting down and breaking bread with the disciples, fully human. And of course, as Christ was fully human, so are we fully human. He was in the same circumstances as are we, So I don't think there's anything inconsistent in that. And I think that that to me that is entirely poignant to find that, and to find it in Warhol's work after his entire life of, as I said, like Virgil descending into hell with Dante, and yet in the end, after winnowing through all that rubbish, this is what he found at the end of his life.
Without wishing to trivialize things too much, though, D, there is something like a bit strange, but also maybe comforting to think that even in this scene, if you can imagine this scene actually happening, there would have been a little moment where, like, St. Andrew or Thaddeus or one of these disciples, like, just looked down, like, dip the bread in their soup, It's just kind of little mundane moment. But it's like those little sort of things are quite human in a way as well.
Yeah,
so kind of
I mean, and so one of the details missing from the Last Supper, which of course it fell off or was scrubbed off of Leonardo's painting, is that there's a salt cellar on the table, which is being tipped over because, of course, this is right after Christ has revealed that he's going to be betrayed, and so again, even though it's no longer in the picture, but we know it's there because, of course, we have reproductions that were done in living memory of the original painting. But that little moment that there was a salt cellar on the table, at this, because of course it was a meal, or another detail that's missing from the current picture is Christ's feet. that his feet are crossed, barefoot, in the position they would have been in the crucifixion. But yes, these are all the human details that would have been part of a situation of God made flesh, which is what we're meant to understand about Christ on earth. So I think you're right. I am fully in agreement with you. I made a little tweet a few days ago when we were talking about, if you remember, we were talking about David, Michelangelo's David, and I said that there does exist this strange romanticization of the idea of what art is meant to do, and art is not only there to provide you with beauty and transcendence. It's also can be there to provide you with a warning, to provide you with a prophecy, to record the decay and despair.
I want to go beyond that and accuse those people of pretension, because I don't believe that a lot of those people making those comments did stand before the David and feel transcendence. I just don't believe they. I think it's just a line. I think it's a trendy thing for right wingers to say. If I'm honest,
could be. I'm not going to presume, because I'm not in their mind. I don't know. Perhaps they did feel transcendence, and I don't want to discourage anyone. I mean, if that is how you want to interface with art, then by all means do it, because it is still interfacing with art. If you're only interested in pictures from the 17th century, if you're only interested in 19th century landscape, by all means, it is some of the most transcendent work you could ever find. And again, there's this weird idea that by choosing Warhol, I'm choosing him out as a way of that I'm exclusionary, but I'm not. I have quite Catholic tastes in the sense of universal things, and I'm interested in art of all periods. You remember we had an early interaction where I chided you for dissing medieval painting in the Deep Lord. Do you remember that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, out of the two of us, I'm probably definitely the more Philistine when it comes to these things, because I am more into pop art and modern art than I am into Renaissance stuff for certain, which is odd given that I am meant to be a Renaissance scholar. But
well, I'm very and I certainly think Shakespeare was very comfortable in both the high and low. I think that's certainly evident. So
yeah. Here's more.
These paintings, I think, are the kind of extremis of these ideas. I mean, to me, of course, I think of praying the rosary with these. I think this is Christ 116 times. This painting is called, and I just think Pater Noster qui es in celis sanctificetur nomen tuum. I think of saying the Our Father again and again and again and again.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, but there is also the conceptual link to his older work.
Yep.
Where this was once Marilyn Monroe.
It was once Marilyn Monroe.
Or any of his other famous ones.
Yeah.
And so in a way, it's showing how modern vapid celebrity culture it has. Obviously, it's not there when you look at this, but when you know Warhol's other stuff, it's saying like, well, that in itself has become almost religion-like. But this was the original, if you want the original.
Yes.
So there is this kind of odd idea where you can see, how can I say, I'm trying to tread carefully here because I don't want to upset any Christians, but religious figures in themselves were almost like original rock stars. I mean, an icon originally was, a religion, and I'm treading carefully because I know that iconography is meant to be not. It's meant to be
I'm not offended.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That the same mimetic technique, if you want.
Yep.
That religion used for many, many years was then taken over by like Hollywood and celebrity culture, and it's almost become like the religion of our period in the Marilyn Monroe and the Elvis or whoever else. Yeah.
yeah, they took a deep, immutable aspect of the human way of being in the world, and they exploited it. They, of course, we know that all the way back in Stream 1, Warhol Stream 1. I actually, I drew the comparison between Warhol's childhood, staring up at the iconostasis of the screen with the saints on it, and the gold Marilyn Monroe surrounded by gold, the sacrificed woman, the broken woman.
And if we ever get to Bowie, this idea is in there as well. The rock star as God stand-in or Messiah. The leper Messiah. What is it? Like a leper Messiah?
Leper Messiah. He was the Naz. I mean, that's a line in Ziggy Stardust with God given us. Yeah.
And there it is.
Yeah, and so just to give you an idea of how large some of these pictures are.
Now, how did do you know how the critics took this in New York?
This work was not shown in New York until significantly after Warhol's death. The Last Supper works were shown in Italy. The first time was shown in Italy, where they were, I think, quite well received. But this was entirely apart from the.
The other thing I wanted to say very quickly is that I've said it before, if you ever actually go to the Vatican or to Florence or any of these places and go and see, the masters, there is an element of which it's the same thing over and over again. It's usually like mother with child, the Virgin with Madonna with child, but like 50 different versions of it. So there is something that rings true to me about the experience of seeing art in Italy. It is very much like, well, here's Christ again and again and again. Which is what
that never bothered me the way it seems to bother you.
But I'm just saying that this rings true, because this repetition thing is not just Warhol. It's like it literally is what they did. They did reproduce Christ again and again and again.
Of course they did. Because it had literal meaning. I put this work in because it's something you don't see very much. If you go back to the full one, the previous picture there. Yeah. Yes. So this is a late work that he did with Jean-Michel Basquiat. So of course Warhol's using the Christ image, and then Basquiat did his interventions, but it's Christ on punching bags, and this is quite a contentious work. But for me, it's a very powerful, again, Christian idea of Christ being of the torture and death of Christ. That Christ taking the blows, and Christ taking the sins of mankind.
It puts you in the position of the Roman guards who were beating the shit out of him, right?
Yes, exactly. Would you be the one to punch the Savior? Would you be the one to pierce his side? And of course, that's something very interesting that happens in A Clockwork Orange, if you recall. Because, of course, Alex is in prison and he's receiving the sermon from the only good character in that film, as far as I'm concerned, the chaplain. And, of course, Alex takes it, but yet he actually, being the brutal psychopath that he was, of course, imagines himself gleefully as a centurion.
Burgess, of course, a Catholic, and if we ever do the Kubrick stream or a Kubrick series, we could probably easily spend an entire 2 hours just on Clockwork Orange, because there's so much going on there between the novel and the film, and the difference between Burgess and Kubrick and the changes, and because I think Kubrick brings an almost like amoral iciness to that film, which is not actually there in the.
Is not in the book. Yes.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting, but yeah.
Because Alex is he's sort of redeemed in the book, and of course, Kubrick, Kubrick is not going to give you the happy ending.
I mentioned this before, just while we're on this topic, that I read a Jonathan Bowden essay on Clockwork Orange recently. I would recommend trying to find that. I think it's on Countercurrents, but it's definitely worth a read about what Burgess was up to there, because apparently he'd been to the Soviet Union, and the Drugis are based on like a gang like gangs that actually existed in the Soviet Union, because the authorities just didn't really care about what went on at that level. So kind of interesting. Anyway, let's carry on. Let's carry on.
Yep. Okay. So this is Warhol in late 1986, I believe. Maybe early 87, when he went to Italy for the exhibition of these paintings, the Last Supper paintings. I'm going to go to the next one. This is quite a good picture.
It is a good picture.
He and the priest. Well, of course, the strange thing and the irony of all this is that Warhol is probably responsible for one of the largest bodies of Christian work, religiously themed Christian work, in the late 20th century. Certainly of any kind of high stature artist. He ended his life as the premier religious artist of his time.
Do you think that he wanted to exhibit this in Italy because he had an idea that a Christian country would receive it better than like Jewish New York?
Could be. It could be. I believe that that it was hosted by his dealer in Italy, Alexander Iolas. But yeah, it certainly could be. And he was aware of showing work where it would be. If you remember the Reigning Queens, that he was very upset that it was being shown in New York because, of course, it wasn't intended for that audience. And so I do wonder. Yeah.
Is that the actual painting there, by the way? Is that the actual Last Supper? Or is that
No, that's double yellow. That's double yellow Warhol. No.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because people are saying, "Oh, he's not even looking at the painting," but it's not. That's not actually it, is it?
No, that's Warhol's painting. That's an absolutely massive one. The actual Last Supper is not much. It's about that size. It may be a little bit larger than that, but it's quite large. The real painting is quite large as well, but no, that's Warhol standing in front of one of his own. It's not stretched there. That's what maybe one of the things that's throwing people. That is just the canvas tacked onto the wall. It's not yet been stretched and onto a stretcher bar. So
there's Warhol signing things.
Signing in Italy. Yeah, absolutely mobbed.
Hopefully nobody stole his wig.
Nobody stole the wig. So here we are in 1987, and the Last Supper works were one of the last bodies of work that Warhol did, but he also did other works, and there are works that from the beginning of 1987, a few different series, and so we'll just take a quick look at a few of those. Okay. So here's one of the things he was working on in 1987.
Is that Lenin?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's Lenin. He did a whole series of images of Lenin in late 86 and early 87.
Is this a reference to his old Mao series? Do you think?
I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know what the circumstances of these works were, because of course this body of work was never again shown in his lifetime.
When we've talked about Carlyle and the kind of great man theory of history and so on. I think one of the things that people don't quite get sometimes is that a great man doesn't mean a good man. Like Lenin was clearly a great man of history, right?
But not a good man.
Like not a good man, but clearly a great man.
Yeah,
because he made history happen, right? So I just thought I'd mention that because yes, he was a commie, etc. But there are things that you could see in a figure like Lenin, even if you disagree with everything he stood for. He achieved something remarkable. Terrible, but also remarkable.
Right.
That very few men in history have achieved. Very few men.
So he also was working on a series of portfolio of Beethoven. He was doing, I don't have them pictured, but Hans Christian Andersen, fairy tale.
Bit of the old Ludwig van.
A bit of the old Ludwig van, exactly. Very good, very, very good.
You see, even in this image though, there is just as I was saying before about the way that people have this idea of things. There is something about the way that Beethoven is the idea of Beethoven is reproduced. I mean, you mentioned Shakespeare earlier on. I see this a lot in Shakespeare. People have an idea of Shakespeare as great. They don't actually read it or watch it or care about it. They've just got they like the idea of being the sort of person who's into it. And there's something about the reproduction of this image of Beethoven that makes me think of that,
Yeah, I mean, because of course Beethoven was an early music celebrity, certainly at his time, he was a huge celebrity. So,
another great man for a different reason, of course. Here's Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong, the moon landing. So this may be the last work that Warhol did. It's unclear, but these were among the last things he was working on. These few images I've just shown. This is a photograph taken by Robert Mapplethorpe, who people may have heard of. Don't do a Google image search for Mapplethorpe unless you're brave. But famously, and also the stream thumbnail is another Mapplethorpe portrait of Warhol taken at the very end of his life.
Great picture.
Really good picture. Wonderful. No, Mapplethorpe was an amazing technical photographer.
Tuesday, February the 17th, 1987. Shall I read this?
Yep.
In the morning, I was preparing myself for my appearance in the fashion show Benjamin coordinated at the tunnel. They sent the clothes over, and I looked like Liberace in them. Should I just go all the way and be the new Liberace? Snake skin and rabbit fur. Julian Shrapnel laughs. But
Julian Schnabel, yes, an artist. He's the one who directed that film with David Bowie as Warhol. Basquiat.
Yes.
Julian Schnabel.
We talked about him last week, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, 2 weeks ago. Would be so impressed with these clothes, he would start wearing them. Can I just say that the figure of Liberace was still like around at some point? I'm trying to think of exactly when. I seem to remember we were talking about wrestling, and Liberace turns up at one point.
I'm not surprised. He's very gorgeous George, sort of,
When exactly did Liberace die?
He died in the 80s. So Liberace was one of the first famous people to die of AIDS.
Okay.
He and Rock Hudson, yes.
I want to say that Liberace turns up in one of those Hogan era wrestling shows. I'm not sure if it was that same card that Andy Warhol was there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they cross paths in that kind of. There's this, how can I say, rather tawdry kind of celebrity scene that went on. You'd imagine like Morticia Addams might turn up as well. The actress who played Morticia Addams in the Addams Family, or
Carolyn Jones.
Who was that? What, Elvira? These sorts of figures.
Oh, Mistress of the Dark. Yeah, she's still around, which is amazing. Probably like 75.
Anyway, and Bridget is at the English Fat Farm. She's going to be fired when she gets back. I'll give her a pink slip. I'll give her a dog pink slips. Fame and fortune will be fired.
Those were her pugs.
What's the English Fat Farm?
So Bridget, this is Bridget Berlin, who we've mentioned many times before.
Yes.
She came to the UK to go to a fat farm, to go to a place, to go to a spa to lose weight.
Oh, right, yes, because she was fat. Yes,
she was
I remember.
constantly struggling with her weight. She would get fat and then lose weight, and then get fat and lose weight. Yeah.
Vincent was going to tape the fashion show, and he called to say a car would pick me up at the tunnel at 2. Ken came and we went downtown, cab $6, worked hard at the office, then went over to the tunnel. They gave us the best dressing room, but it was absolutely freezing. I had all my makeup with me. Miles Davis was there, and he was he had such delicate fingers. They're the same length, just like me. They're the same length as mine, but half the width. I'd gone with Jean-Michel last year to see his show at the Beacon, and I'd met him in the 60s at the store on St. Christopher Street, Christopher Street, Hernando's, where we used to get leather pants. I reminded him that I'd met him there, and he said he remembered. Miles is a clothes horse, and we made a deal that we'd trade 10 minutes of him playing music for me doing his portrait. He gave me his address and a drawing. He draws while he gets his hair done. His hairdresser does the hair weaving, the extensions. They did a $5,000 custom outfit for Miles with gold musical notes on it and everything, and they didn't do a thing for me. They were so mean. They could have made a gold palette or something, so I looked like the poor stepchild, and in the end, they even told me that I walked too slow. So there we go.
Go to the next one. That's halfway. So here's some pictures of him at that fashion show with Miles Davis. They got on quite well. He was
yeah. And the clothes in the show really stank. Alligator, fur, and lace. And I really worked my ass off. The Japanese crew was more interested in me than in Miles. They were doing the show again at 10, but I haven't had to do the second one. I was only in the one that was for the press, and then afterwards Vincent had a taxi come. When I got home, I called Fred and explained that I was just too exhausted to go to the Fendi dinner. So when he called them to say I wouldn't be coming with them and that he'd bring a girl instead, they said don't bother, and they didn't want him without me. Got into bed, and Wilfredo called, and then Sam called, and then I fell asleep. But I woke up at 6:30. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I took some Valium and Seconal and 2 aspirin, and I was sleeping so heavily that I didn't wake up when PH called at 9 o'clock, and then I didn't answer. She got scared because that had never happened before, so she called on the other line, and Aurora answered in the kitchen, and PH made her come up to my bedroom to shake me, but I wish she'd just let me sleep.
So I want to read from Victor Bockras's biography of Warhol. By the end of 1986, his gallstones had become so enlarged that he was warned they could be life-threatening if he didn't have them removed. Still, he did nothing, paralyzed by his fear of hospitals. For the first time anyone could remember, he abandoned friends in the middle of an evening on the town and hurried home to his canopied bed, doubled up in pain. On Monday, he came down the stairs of his home. He remarked to an aide, "I feel funny, it's my stomach." He cancelled all appointments that day and did not go to work. He was able to keep a Tuesday appointment to appear with Miles Davis as a model in a fashion show at a new downtown club called The Tunnel. His friend Stuart Pivar recalled that he was kept waiting for an hour in a cold dressing room, quote, in terrible pain. You could see it in his face. Nonetheless, to the applause of his entourage, Andy climbed his way down the runway, carrying Miles Davis's coattails like a bridesmaid as the great jazzman played his trumpet. When Warhol came off the stage, he almost collapsed into Pivar's arms. "Get me out of here, Stuart," he gasped. "I feel like I'm going to die." The next day, he stopped in at the Mel Davis dog grooming salon on East 49th Street to have one of his dachshund's claws clipped. "You look familiar to me," Davis said. "Yeah," replied Andy, "I'm the Undertaker." In the afternoon, He went to the office of his internist, Dr. Cox, complaining of having felt sick for a month. After thorough examination, Cox diagnosed a badly infected gallbladder in danger of becoming gangrenous, and he advised Warhol to have the gallbladder removed as soon as possible. On Thursday, Andy caught a chill, which aggravated his condition. A second sonogram taken that day by Dr. Cox revealed the gallbladder to be severely infected, inflamed, and full of fluid. He couldn't wait any longer. On Friday, Andy had been scheduled to model for drawing students of Stuart Pivar at the New York Academy of Art. Reluctantly, he made arrangements to go into New York Hospital instead. It was fixed that he would have the operation on Saturday and he would be out by Sunday. Apart from his closest aides, no one, not even his family, was to know. They're coming for me with handcuffs, he told Dr. Bernstein. According to an aide, Ken Leland, he told all of his doctors, "Oh, I'm not going to make it." When they tried to reassure him, he said, "Oh no, I'm not coming out of the hospital." Still, he told Paige Powell not to cancel their ballet tickets for Sunday night. Before checking into the hospital on Friday afternoon, he locked many of his valuables in his safe at home. Ken Leland was with him. Andy was in the back room rummaging through stuff, and I was hurrying up because the car sent by Stuart Pivar was waiting. A gate outside his house was broken, and he wanted to get it fixed once the weather was warmer. He didn't let on to me that he was scared. So this is actually him in the car that Stuart had sent to take him to the hospital. And this is the last photograph that was ever taken of him. At the hospital, he was checked in with this lady named Barbara. Don't go on yet. Just stay at the black one. Checked in with this lady named Barbara, who said, "If you want to change your room, you can." Andy asked if there were any big stars at the hospital, and Barbara replied, "You're the biggest." After 15 hours of preparation, Warhol's surgery was performed between 8:45 a.m. and 12:10 p.m. on Saturday, February 21st, 1987. There were no complications at the time, and none were found during the autopsy or by any of the doctors who have reviewed the case. Warhol spent 3 hours in recovery following surgery, and at 3:45 p.m. he was taken to his private room on the 12th floor of Baker Pavilion. For comfort, precaution, and on the recommendation of Dr. Cox, his regular physician, Warhol was placed in the hands of a private duty nurse rather than the normal complement of staff nurses. He was examined during the afternoon and early evening by the senior attending physicians, who noted nothing unusual. Alert and seemingly in good spirits, Warhol watched television and at around 9:30 p.m. spoke to the housekeeper at his East Side home a few blocks away. Whether the private nurse remained at her post throughout the night is not known. Subsequent investigations have alleged that she did not, and that she failed to record Warhol's vital signs, his urine output, and the time and dosage of painkilling drugs. New York Hospital would also face allegations of neglect in failing to obtain the patient's complete medical records, ignoring his allergy to penicillin, and administering cefoxitin, a drug that can cause similar allergic reactions. The chances of dying from complications of routine gallbladder surgery are many thousands to one, but whether any of these other factors contributed to Warhol's death is uncertain. At 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. on Sunday, February 22nd, the private nurse, who had been selected by the hospital from the registry, took Warhol's blood pressure and found it stable. She gave a progress report to the chief surgical resident by telephone at 11 p.m., presumably while the patient slept. At 5:45 a.m., the nurse noticed that Warhol had turned blue and that his pulse was weak. Unable to waken him, she summoned the floor nurse. In the words of a colleague who, quote, almost had a stroke, a cardiac arrest team began resuscitation efforts, but according to hospital sources, they had difficulty putting the tube in Warhol's windpipe because rigor mortis had already started to set in. At 6:31 a.m., the artist was pronounced dead.
Okay, so quite a lot. So he was quite young, though, wasn't he?
He was quite young. Yeah, he was age 59. Yes, I think.
And it sounds like the hospital had some complicity with what happened, or some negligence.
Yeah, it's actually so. There was a major investigation, and there was a lawsuit by the Warhol estate, in which the hospital settled out of court with the estate for an undisclosed sum of money. But we don't really know. I have an article from 2017, which says from the New York Times. Time magazine questioned how the country's most famous pop artist dies in a prestigious big city hospital after a rather routine gallbladder operation. A routine surgery. Some version of that story was repeated around the world in the days and decades after the death of the 58-year-old artist. Dr. John Ryan, a medical historian and retired surgeon, has recast the storyline. This was a major, major surgery, not routine, in a very sick person. Dr. Ryan, emeritus chief of surgery at Virginia Mason Hospital in Seattle, said in a recent interview. According to Dr. Ryan, who presented his findings on Sunday at the annual meeting of Pacific Coast Surgical Association, Warhol's death shouldn't be seen as quite such a surprise. Dr. Ryan found that the surgeon who performed Warhol's final operation was working on someone with 15 years of gallbladder trouble and a family history of the same. Warhol's father had his gallbladder removed in 1928, the year the famous artist was born. So there has been some question of whether Warhol actually was such a surprise. So when his gallbladder removed, it was gangrenous. It had become fully gangrenously infected, and it apparently fell apart in the surgeon's hands. But they were able to excise the whole thing. His final cause of death was cardiac arrest. So I probably never know the truth of what actually happened. But he was quite young, as you said, 58 years old. And of course, as he said, that he had said many times over the years that if he ever went to the hospital again, he wouldn't come out, and he didn't.
Funny how things like that work, isn't it?
Yeah. So if you want to go ahead.
Oh, what happened to 112?
No, it's just blank. There you go.
Pop Arts King dies.
These are some of the New York newspapers announcing the death.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to read just a little bit more of this from Bockras's book because it tells gives you an idea of what happened after the death. Fred Hughes was the first to be alerted. Fred Hughes, of course, is the Warhol's business manager, who we've met many times. Ever prudent, he called his lawyer, Edward Hayes, a rakish former assistant district attorney, who was later the model for Tom Killian, the wily lawyer in Tom Wolfe's The Bonfire of the Vanities. Hayes called a security agency, and within hours after Warhol's death, had guards stationed around the house on East 66th Street and at Warhol's studio. The two men arrived at Andy's house in mid-morning and were let in by his maids, Nina and Aurora, both in tears. There, the safe was opened and Hayes began to pore over its contents, while Hughes, dazed, wandered through the clutter of Warhol's house. The phone rang at 11. It was John Warhola, calling from Pittsburgh for his customary Sunday chat with his brother. Hughes picked up the receiver and, according to John Warhola, said without warning or introduction, "John, you're calling for Andy. Andy died." As John later recalled the conversation, he said to Hughes, "Well, we're coming up. What happened?" Hughes answered, "Well, he died in the hospital." John repeated, "Well, we're coming up." Hughes told him, "Don't bother coming to the house. We're putting a padlock on it." John then called his brother Paul. As Paul remembered, he said, "Andy's dead." And I said, "Andy who?" And he said, "Andy, your brother." Andy was already dead for 5 hours. They didn't notify nobody. They went right over to the house and started rooting through. The cable news network broke the story of Warhol's death at noon. There was no network coverage until later in the day. In the interim, telephone messages carried the news. The next morning, it would be on the front pages of newspapers around the world. By Sunday evening, small groups had gathered throughout New York to mourn. Paul and John Warhola arrived from Pittsburgh and, despite Hughes's warning, went straight to East 66th Street, hoping to spend the night there. Both men felt there was something suspicious going on. Paul, in fact, had the thought that Andy might have been murdered in some conspiracy. When they arrived, recalled Paul, Hughes and Hayes were rooting through the place. Ed Hayes was in his T-shirt, sweating. I says, "Who are you?" Hughes remained firm. They would have to stay in a hotel. They would all meet here the following morning to go over Andy's will, which they had found in the safe. So yes, the dispensation of Warhol's estate is a whole topic into itself. I just wanted to touch on it a bit here. If you want to go ahead.
So this was his, yeah.
Yeah. So this is Warhol's studio. So of course, you know, as I said, he you know, after he moved into the new building, the new factory, he had, for the first time in probably 30 years, his own private studio again, rather than just a common workplace. And so this is the condition of his studio after his death. And I think it's quite poignant that, of course, that he spent the last, you know, months, days of his life, you know, under the gaze of Christ. It was quite an abiding obsession. So Warhol's funeral was actually held in Pittsburgh, and this is a shot of the. I've got a little bit about that. Andy's body was transported to Pittsburgh the following morning, looking, Paul recalled, considerably less good after the autopsy. An open coffin wake had been scheduled for Wednesday at the Thomas P. Kunsack Funeral Home, requiring a rush job of getting the body made up and dressed. To a reporter, the funeral home director boasted, "The competition is sure jealous today. I was all the talk of the funeral trade about how I landed the Warhol body." Andy's last costume was a black suit, a colorful paisley tie, and one of his favorite platinum wigs. After considerable argument, Paul and John agreed that he should be buried in his sunglasses. To one reporter, the sight of Andy lying in the white upholstered bronze coffin, holding a small black prayer book in a red rose, was, quote, Warhol's final discomforting work. Fearful of a horde of gate crashers, Paul and John posted a guard at the door of the funeral home and the next day at Holy Ghost Byzantine Catholic Church for the funeral service, but it wasn't necessary. Most of the mourners were Andy's relatives and a few old friends from childhood, such as John Fitzpatrick, his art teacher from Shenley High. Flowers had been sent by Leo Castelli, Mick Jagger, and Jerry Hall, and the staff of Interview, but Hughes had taken it upon himself to announce that the Warholers wanted as few guests as possible, and not a single famous name turned up, to the disappointment of some of the mourners. Indeed, only Hughes, Bridget Berlin, Paige Powell, Wilfredo Rosado, Gail Love, Vincent Fremont, and his wife, and a few others from the factory made the trip to New York. After the mass and anthems by a male choir, the eulogy by Monsignor Peter Tay began well enough. The whole world will remember Andy. While he said everybody would be famous for 15 minutes, his own fame spanned 3 decades. Andy never knocked anyone. He had a deep, loving trust in God. But Tay, who had never met Warhol, could not let the deceased's more impious worldly deeds go unnoticed. Though it seems at times that he wandered far from his church, we do not judge him. Jesus forgave the thief on his right. He did not forgive the thief on his left. It means there is always hope, but it also means no one should take salvation for granted. Nervously, the Warholers exchanged glances from the pews. So if you want to go on. And there's the Warholers carrying the coffin. And this is actually, the woman in blue is Paige Powell, a figure who appears many times in the diary. And she dropped a copy of Interview magazine and a bottle of Estee Lauder beautiful perfume into the grave ahead of the coffin. So after the actual funeral, a few months later, there was a memorial service held in New York at St. Patrick's Cathedral. And that's the one all the celebrities came to. So if you want to go to the next. This is the program. This is the mass card from the Andy's memorial. I don't know if you can see see who gave the who spoke.
Yoko Ono.
Yes.
John Richardson, Yoko Ono, and Nicholas Love.
Yes, Yoko was one of the speakers, and Bridget was read from the scripture. So, and there's a very interesting that little paragraph in the at the bottom of the mass card talks about Warhol's charity work. So when you read the diary, there are many holidays and many occasions where Warhol went and served food to the homeless at soup kitchens and in New York. He spent most Christmases giving out food to the homeless. So that's what that's talking about. So I thought at the end here, we would have a look at something that we haven't seen before, which is Warhol's house. And there was actually someone that sent a super chat, and someone who had been asking about Warhol's own house, what it was like. So this is the house he moved into in 1974, which was found for him by his then partner, Jed Johnson, who also decorated the house. And we can see what Warhol was like at home.
Wow.
So I would guess that this is probably not what people were expecting of Warhol's house, but there you go. If you want to, let's go through these. So, to give a little context of what you're looking at here, Warhol was, as I've mentioned throughout these streams, Warhol was an inveterate collector. Some would say he was a hoarder. He was obsessive in going to auctions and markets and flea markets and antique shops and buying things. And he, of course, was quite wealthy, and he bought the cream of the crop. I mean, almost all of this furniture is absolutely top class. I mean, so of course you can see the various rooms are decorated in different styles. This is all Art Deco stuff, and so there's like a Ruhlman desk. There's some very, very high-end furniture and artwork. The Warhol collection is, let's just say, it was something to behold. So if you want to go on.
Okay, there are the Native Americans, though. You can see.
Oh yes, and he had quite an important collection of Native American art and artifacts. Yes. I like the kitchen. It's quite incongruous. It's almost kind of like something from the 1930s or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there is a big mismatch of styles, which I suppose is quite postmodern. In its own, that eclecticism. But it is also more. How can I say? It's kind of ornate in its own way.
Someone in the chat is saying that this is Warhol's hypocrisy. How is this hypocrisy? I mean, Warhol was, as I said, I mean, he's like me. He had very Catholic tastes, and he collected and loved everything. I mean, yes, there's lots of antiques from the 19th century, the 18th century, all over the place in here. But there's also modern art everywhere. You saw Roy Lichtenstein, several of them. There's saw Cy Twombly. I mean, you want to go back a bit? You're scrolling ahead. Go back. So that's Warhol's bedroom. And note the TV and VHS and the
no, I don't see it. Where's
next? No, next. There we go.
Oh, I can see. Yeah, the TV, the VHS. Yeah.
Yes, and of course the prominent place of crucifix and image of the Virgin and Child as well. That's Warhol's medicine cabinet. If anyone's curious of what sort of makeup and beauty preparations he used.
Yeah. And now we're back to his studio. Is that right, or is this?
No, this is a room in his house. So as I said, we saw some of the kind of cleaned up rooms, but this picture sort of shows the condition of most of the house. I mean, it was literally jammed with just piles of priceless objects. It reminds me a bit of course, the last scene in Citizen Kane, if you recall, that tracking shot over just this horde of art and antiques. And yeah, Warhol's house was a bit like that. I mean, he would buy things which he never opened. I mean, literally, he would buy very expensive jewelry, watches, antiques, whatever, that he would never see again. They would be taken home in the shopping bag that they came in, and be put into a room and never looked at again.
No, this is how I picture Chateau D.
Well, yes, Panama Hat has already made that joke. There may be a resemblance. My collection isn't worth quite so much, but all right. Yes, and as of course you can see, he did buy the clad man. So.
This weirdly, this shot here reminds me of a scene in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof when Brick has to go and speak to Big Daddy down in this down in their cellar, and it's full of these weird objects like that. So it kind of reminds me of that.
Right.
Yeah. It's cool. I always love things. Cool place.
Yeah. I quite like this. So there he is. So let me just very quickly. I'm going to read about the estate, the Warhol estate. So Warhol's will was quite short. He left $250,000 to both of his brothers. He left a sum of money to his housekeepers, and most of the rest of his estate he directed to be vested in a foundation for the visual arts, which was created as the Andy Warhol Foundation for the Visual Arts. If people are interested in it, there's lots of very interesting articles about the Warhol estate and the Warhol Foundation and their position in affecting the market for Warhol's work. In addition to the brief will, so the will was 11 pages. In addition to the brief will, Warhol left behind, and this is just what he left in his estate. So this would be the contents of his studio and as well as his house, in terms of his own work. 4,118 paintings, 5,103 drawings, 19,086 prints, 66,512 photographs, a large portfolio of real estate, and cupboards overflowing with antiques and junk that he'd hoarded over the years. If you want to go to the next slide. In April 1988, the estate held a 10-day sale at Sotheby's. This is a catalog. I actually painstakingly scanned the covers of my copies of the Warhol collection catalog. These sales consisted of over 10,000 pieces of Warhol's collection. The auctions raised $25,313,238. At first, the courts valued the estate to be worth, conservatively, over $500 million. This included the funds raised from the Sotheby's sale and the valuable properties Warhol had accumulated over the decades. The foundation did not agree to this figure, hiring more hugely expensive law firms, appealed and eventually received a lower estimate. The foundation argued that they would be selling Warhol's work very quickly, and with that amount of work flooding the market, they were entitled to a lower valuation, a blockage discount. The foundation was valuing drawings at $800 a piece. At the very same time, they were being priced on average of $25,372 for insurance claims. Photographs, which were being sold for up to $20,000 a piece, which were described to the court in drafts as having no real value, as, quote, Warhol was not a photographer. These were valued for estate purposes at 5 cents a piece. In 1994,
what was the purpose of this lower valuation?
Well, the most of the purpose of that is tax avoidance, I would assume.
I see.
In 1995, the foundation's tax return showed a valuation of artwork in their collection at an astonishingly low figure of $110,792,252, which, of course, is absolutely ludicrous, as you will see as we go to the final slides. One more little thing here. So I want to mention, because this is another aspect of Warhol's work that only came out after his death. So he, of course, as his career went on and his fame sort of mounted, received lots of things, lots of gifts and, books and letters and things. And so he was taken by the 1970s to keeping a box beside his desk in his office, in which he would put the various things that he'd received, anything that interested him that came across his desk. He called these boxes time capsules. They were all the same size, cardboard boxes, and he would fill them up with, again, as you can see here, magazines, books, clothing, toys, wigs, dead bees. I'm not joking about it. One of them, there's a box full of dead bees. And when they were full, he would have them sent to storage, and he would put another box there. At the time of his death, there were 610 time capsules, which basically spanned from 1974 to 1987. He had the idea during his life that he would sell them one day. There's a quote, "Someday I'll sell them for 4,000 or 5,000 a piece." I used to think 100, but now I think that's my new price. But of course, he never sold any of them. And these are kind of, speaking of Orson Welles and Citizen Kane, these are kind of the rosebud moments. So they haven't actually catalogued all the objects in these boxes yet. I mean, it's been 30 years plus since his death. But basically, going through these boxes is like a kind of treasure hunt to try to find, some item or some combination of items that will help kind of explain the various mysteries of this strange person. You want to go ahead? And there's two of them, and some of them have, of course, have hit some of his artwork in them. I mean, and some of them have nothing but old newspapers in them. So it's really a gamble. The next slide is actually the picture. This is the contents of time capsule number 55.
Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, yeah. And there they all are in the next slide.
Now, have these been sold off on eBay yet, or are they still sitting there?
eBay? Are you kidding? No. So these, this is Warhol, one of Warhol's, sort of like great posthumous conceptual works. These are, if you go to the next slide, now the property of the collection of the Andy Warhol Museum, which is in his hometown of Pittsburgh, and it's a beautiful old renovated industrial building, and the whole building is given over to it. I believe it's managed by the Carnegie Institute, which is located in Pittsburgh. But the Warhol Museum has a huge collection of his work, and including a lot of the items from the estate that weren't sold, including the 610 time capsules. So you can go there. As with so many other things, of course, there is a creeping tendency to pause Warhol. Yeah. And I would say that there is an agenda that I've seen from the Warhol Museum that I don't find particularly appealing. It's again trying to recontextualize him as a figure of, let's say, pride. Yeah, and I can't say that anyone who was at all familiar with him would ever reach that conclusion. But so if you do go there, be aware to kind of look past the pausing. But I mean, that's the case at any museum at this point. If you go to any institution, you're going to have to look past a huge barrage of crap to actually look at any of the work. So be warned. And last but not least, here's a little entry from the diary. I want to give it a read.
Thursday, November the 10th, 1983. Yes, I am happy about the $135,000 price for the Coke bottle. Everybody thought it was good. Thomas told me that the Elvis went for $146,000. Thomas bought a flower painting for $40,000. It's worth a lot more, though, someday. So there we go.
Someday, and that someday was quite a long time after his death, reaching a peak in about the year 2014. If you want to go to the next slide, I've included some screenshots of some auctions for Warhol's work.
100. Is that 105 million?
Yes.
Okay, now. Wow, that's a huge price for that.
Yeah.
There's the four Marlins, 69.6 million. Holy shit.
Yeah.
60.8 million.
That's the 60 Last Suppers. Yeah. So as you can see,
81.9 million, the Triple Elvis.
Yes, and keep in mind the Triple Elvis, of course. I'll tell you one, Robert Zimmerman is absolutely kicking himself because if you remember, Warhol gave him one, and he traded it to Albert Grossman for a sofa.
Yes,
so,
I remember we talked about that. All those
$81 million, eh?
Somebody worked out that we've done a whole 24 hours of Andy Warhol. By the way,
brilliant.
Is the six portraits 35 million.
Yeah.
Wow. This is
and there he is.
Warhol, young Warhol. Was that him? Was that him in his crystal ball phase on the right there?
No, but that's a very late photograph. That's I think taken in 1987. So, and that is it. That is all the images.
Wow. Well, there are some super chats, D. Shall we read them?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we finally finished. That's amazing. Yes, the Eunuch says, busy at my new job, so I can't be here live today. Wanted to thank D for all the work he put into the series. I'll post my obligatory 2 weeks to flatten the Warhol comment on the stream later. Yeah. The Warhol has been flattened. I think we've done him a good service. I mean, he couldn't ask for more.
But as I said, I think that these now are the most thorough examination of his work on YouTube, certainly.
Jakanda Plus says, thoughts on doing a Kubrick series? I have begun doing my research.
Yes, Jacaranda is quite keen on getting in the Kubrick series. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it'll be as long as the Warhol one, but I'm not against doing Kubrick. Yeah, I mean, if we do it, I think Kubrick could not be done in one stream. I don't think.
Oh no, you could easily do a single stream on each of those films, easily.
I mean, what I'm thinking, if we ever do Kubrick, would be, you'd probably want to do the early films in one, and then starting with probably Dr. Strangelove, you'd slow down a bit. Would you agree with that? Everything from Dr. Strangelove on is a kind of
yeah. Oh yeah, certainly Dr. Strangelove and on you need a stream for each film. Yeah,
because there'd just be too much stuff basically.
Oh yeah, I mean The Shining alone, for God's sake, 2001.
Yeah, Barry Lyndon,
one of my favorites. Yeah.
So
I mean, in fact, they're all great. He did not, as far as I'm concerned, Kubrick never did a bad film out of all of them, and I have all of them. I mean, including all the early ones. Killer's Kiss, Killing.
Spartacus is not really Kubrick-y. It's still a good film though.
Oh, it's a very good film. I mean, he took over like a Chad and from a director who wasn't up to snuff. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, Eyes Wide Shut would probably deserve a whole stream as well. Now that I think about it,
absolutely amazing film. Yeah, there's a lot of Warhol Kubrick crossover in a weird way. So I mean, someone mentioned that Kubrick, of course, was also a notorious accumulator of stuff, and he had a huge storage array of storage areas with boxes after boxes after boxes of everything. He kept everything. So yeah, there is a strange crossover there.
Yeah, maybe Lolita. I mean,
oh, Lolita, yeah.
It's got Peter Sellers in it. That one.
Yeah, that's probably my least. That's probably my least favorite of all of them.
Yeah.
But still amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen Fear and Desire.
Yes, Fear and Desire is quite good, quite noir-esque. The pre-code. It has a lot of the kind of pre-code feel to it.
Does it start with a horse race, or is that a different?
Does it? It's been a long time. I mean, he did another film about a race. So.
Did he? I seem to remember an early. Is it The Killing?
The Killing.
There's one that starts with a horse race.
With a horse race. Yeah, it may be The Killing. It may be Killer's Kiss. I don't remember.
I'll have to rewatch them. Okay. Carrying on. Cringe Walker says, "Thank you for rescuing me from watching the prosecution being burned alive for 5 days straight." Yeah, in fact, I seem to have seen a bit of commotion on Twitter, but I don't know exactly what that was about. But a lot of people have been saying, "Oh my god, oh my god."
Uh-oh.
And
I'm afraid to look.
I think the prosecution have asked for a mistrial. Don't quote me on that, but just from what I've seen very briefly, I think they may have formally asked for a mistrial. I don't know. Cringe Walker says Warhol found out how to convert ashes to dollars. Indeed. Joel Kelly says, excellent series, gents. I will likely watch it again. Will there be a deeper thought on Stanley Kubrick? Another person asking for why has it gone to Kubrick all of a sudden? Yes. I think we'll do Kubrick. I wanted to do Bowie at some point. Although I had in mind the much faster. See, and I'm now thinking that I did Bob Dylan a bit too cheap. I did him very quickly,
Hello.
But, that was my efficiency, right? I was very efficient. I did his entire career in 2 streams, but
I'm sorry, I've dropped out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, my internet buggered off again.
I mean, I was thinking of doing Bowie at some point, which would be quite the undertaking. The trouble with Bowie though is we can't really play any songs because
that's the one blessing of like doing an artist like Warhol is that you can at least look through the.
If we did that, I'd have to like put together playlists and things that people could watch beforehand,
Yeah.
But so yes, yeah, but there are other things that we want to do in the deeper store as well, not just these kind of like.
Yeah.
So I'll have to have a think about what we do on going forward. Jeremy Davis has just given me $10. Thank you very much. Quirtsy7 says, finally catching Daddy and Uncle D live. Ooh woo. And then lots of stars and kisses and things. Matthew Hall says, hello, DNAA. In Why I Hate the 60s, the presenters wrote off Warhol as his personal home was furnished with nothing but antiques. Your take?
Yeah, I sort of addressed that. I don't think there's anything incongruous to that. I mean, my home is furnished with antiques, but
so I mean, I think they're saying, oh, he had antiques in his home, but look at what he actually produced himself. I think that's a bit disingenuous, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. And as I said, he had modern art and certainly modernism in his home. I mean, he was a huge collector of Art Deco and Art Nouveau, and so I don't think that's particularly valid criticism.
QWERTY7 says, more soy bucks. Really appreciate all your content. Most LGBT plus inclusive channel on YouTube.
Feck off.
Sad FFSD says, will there be a review of Kellogg's Pop-Tarts toaster pastries named after the pop art movement led by Andy Warhol? I've never drawn that connection that Pop-Tarts are named after pop art.
Pop-Tarts, pop art, yeah.
God, they're so hot.
Have you ever eaten one of those? They're horrible.
They're so hot. You put them in the toaster, they burn your tongue because the jam or whatever gets too hot in the toaster.
It's not even. It doesn't even register as food to me. So I don't know.
It's got that horrible, like, sometimes in America they pack so much sugar in that it's almost like powdery, you know. Kalikia says for 24 hours of legendary tier content, God bless you, says Calicula. So there we go. And Nick Jones says all praise Mr. D, who's made a fantastic effort with this series. I think everybody would agree. I mean, did you put all those slides together with the diary quotes?
Yes, I typed them. I figured out the typeface that was used in the first edition of the diary, and I typeset them and I edited them. I took some extraneous things out, and yes, I produced those images. I produced all these slides. I mean, everything here is from high resolution images almost, except there's a couple of things I couldn't find, super high res things. And as I said, I scanned lots of images from my Warhol books because I've got everything probably ever published about him. Yeah, I mean, whether you liked it or hated it, I put an absurd amount of work into these things. I mean, it may not show, of course, when you're speaking extemporaneously about something. And I'm not an art historian. I'm an artist and certainly a lover of art, but I don't have the art historian mind, you know. But you know, yes, it was a huge undertaking. So
I knew I had to sit with my low IQ interventions for the whole 24 hours.
Oh no, I think it was good actually. I think it was a very Warholian combination. You and me. By the way, no, go on.
I was going to say I feel like I have a kind of strange you know, elements of being so postmodern. Darierism is kind of the right sort of character to get Warhol, I feel. But
yes, certainly. I mean, he was, you know, absolutely made for you.
Nathan Hood has come in with a super chat saying, "Well done, D. A wonderful series, thoroughly researched and made me like Warhol. Soprano stream when." I don't know about devolving into doing television. I put out a tweet a couple of days, like about a week ago, where I just mentioned casually that I thought Breaking Bad was, like, you know, some pretty good television, and fucking hell, you know, my Twitter feed for the next 24 hours was people like giving their takes on why Breaking Bad isn't that good. I just can't stand it. I can't be bothered. My least favorite conversation of all time is what's the best TV show ever. I hate that conversation.
I don't. I've watched very, very little television. I have watched The Sopranos, and I quite enjoyed it, but I certainly don't watch any contemporary television. So.
Well, Momo Kyo says, really enjoyed the series. Thank you, AA and D. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you like the show, by the way, I mean, there's some people who were trolling me, and they thumb these down. So do give a thumbs up if you liked it, just to keep the ratio up there. Well, although apparently the likes and dislikes are going to be disappearing soon.
Susan has come to your rescue, dude. It's to protect content creators. They're taking away.
Yeah.
Now, do you know why that's bollocks? Do you know why that's absolute nonsense?
Because you still see it. I mean, the creator still sees it.
I still see it. So
yeah.
So
well,
I'll tell you. At all, you know?
No, I tell you who's being protected is this one Joseph Biden.
They're doing it. They're doing it to protect the unpopularity of the regime.
Yes, and woke adverts and shite. Yeah, that's exactly why they're doing it. So.
Yeah, it's just transparent at this point.
Someone also, I think someone else said it. Delia Smith said it, and then I think someone just said it as well. We should do a director's commentary on the Wall.
Another 24 hours.
God's sake. So AA, before we go, I have one last coda. I've sent you a link on Twitter, and if you can visit that on the stream.
Okay. Warhol cab. What's this?
So this is a project by the Warhol Museum.
Yeah.
And it's a webcam that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, films Warhol's grave.
For what possible reason?
So you can check in at Andy any time of the night or day. And there it is.
I suppose that is quite Warholian thing.
Yes, and of course, what's amazing is that his grave is a pilgrimage site. You see people there all the time, bringing tins of soup and bottles of Coke and posing, and I've seen people in like Warhol outfits like posing at graves.
So, oh, there it is.
There he is.
Nobody there at the minute.
No one at the moment, but and he's still dead. Yeah, Andy. Yeah, I quite like that. Also, it's called what is this? Are you going to the other cameras?
I don't know. I'm just clicking the buttons.
Don't click the buttons. You go back to Warhol. I think you're visiting other cameras that are hosted by this site.
Oh, sorry. Oh, there's
you go.
Warhol camera. Yeah.
Anyway, the fascinating thing is, of course, the webcam is called Figment, because Warhol wrote in his philosophy book that he wanted his gravestone to say Figment, but it just says Andy Warhol and has his birth and death. So.
All right, so I better go because it's been so long. We did do it to a finish, didn't it?
We did it. Well, thank you very much for going on that journey with me, AA.
I've just had a text from Mrs. AA. Single motherhood, here I come.
Oh, no. All right.
Oh, there's an entropy tap, a last minute one. Coca-Cola says, here's $20 for a fucking banana. But in all seriousness, consider it a housewarming gift for AA Lodge. Congrats and thanks to Mr. D and AA for completing the Warhol series. Truly worthy of the name Deepest Law. Others have already mentioned Bowie and Kubrick. Any interest in discussing David Lynch someday? Yeah, I kind of like Lynch as well.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't done any. I was doing a breakdown of the percentages of Deepest Law to date. 14% Warhol. I realized I've never discussed movies on the Deepest Law.
Really?
That's all.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was the Cigar Stream. Okay, because I remember you and like Charles and Cosington, but that was Cigar Stream.
Yeah, we looked at Southern
there's
horror
Southern.
and
We
looked at rural horror, if you remember. But yeah, I had a look, and it breaks down. 14% looking at kids' books and TVs and films. I did look at Wonka and Mary Poppins, if you remember. So that's a lie.
Yeah.
I did look at Wonka and Poppins.
I couldn't watch that because I despise Wonka so much that if I look at it, I'll vomit. So.
8.8% other art, 8.8% music, 5.2% comics, 42.2% miscellaneous. That's just other stuff. And 21% was adverts and propaganda of various different types with Pharaoh. So
yes, the Pharaoh. I love those streams. I always hoped you'd do it because you did 80s adverts and 90s. I always hoped there was like a 70s adverts thing coming up. So
yeah,
good old Pharaoh. People are very happy to see him come back to the Deepest Law. Yeah,
well, Pharaoh will be back. I don't know what we'll do. We might do Christmas ones.
Oh, cursed! I saw a couple of the big adverts. You don't want to watch them.
We could do the notorious John Lewis one, I suppose.
Oh.
Anyway, I better go before Mrs. A kills me. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Now get out.